Welcome, everyone. Welcome to TAKminds Forum 2022. My name is Ani Kasparian, and I will be your host this evening and today, all today. We're going to have so much fun together as we take a journey inside some of the most innovative minds in the MENA region. I'd like to note that this is a special TAKminds Forum. It is the first TAKminds to have taken place in the United States. This event is dedicated to the launching of TAKREEM USA, a brand new branch of TAKREEM that will focus on connecting Americans to their roots in the Middle East and North Africa. And in addition, encourage them to use their talents to be agents of change in the region. That's just what this year's TAKminds is all about. The power of community, creating opportunities for tomorrow's leaders. When my father left Lebanon at 9 years old, after spending 3 weeks on a boat making its way across the Atlantic, he had no idea what would become of his life. Upon arrival to the United States, the job his father, or my grandfather, had been promised fell through. Now, with little money and no job, they were truly starting from zero. 2 generations later, here I am, a Georgetown University master in journalism, an on-air news reporter and anchor, and a Fulbright scholar speaking to you here today. That is a journey that I chose to take with me throughout my career, never forgetting my roots. Today, you too will be reminded of your roots in the most positive way, with the brilliant minds of our fellow Middle Eastern and North African colleagues in the following 3 tracks. The first is entitled Entrepreneurship, Business, and Finance, where you will learn insider tips on how to gain a competitive edge against your peers. The second track is about philanthropy and science that will inspire you and leave you more informed about the status of our global healthcare. Lastly, our third track, which will be about women in leadership, which will give you the tools to empower you and the women in your community to achieve their fullest potential. A variety of incredibly inspiring keynote speakers, panelists, and special guests are here today. So, without further ado, it's my greatest honor to present to you TAKminds 2022. Now, whether you are here or abroad, hello everyone out there, I want to welcome you all to participate online in this forum. We're gonna have so much fun and have really great, fruitful discussions. So, whether you be on Twitter or Facebook, we want you to hashtag TAKminds Miami, TAKminds Miami, or the hashtag TAKREEM. And a little reminder for everyone here, please silence your phones because we want a very clean show. We do not want to hear your beautiful ringtones. So make sure those phones are on silent, but if you wish, you can tweet. For all the guests here today, please enter on the left side of the stage and sit in the chair furthest from you until the chairs fill. And without further ado, we are going to watch a little video about TAKREEM. Thank you.
Beyond opening channels of communications between Middle Easterners, North Africans, and the youth of the region, TAKREEM USA is expanding its activities calendar. The TAKminds Forum hope to rethink and rebuild communities, cities, and partnerships for a brighter future. Through panel discussions, interactive sessions, and other different activities, we will raise questions, generate discussions, and address issues among individuals from the Middle East and North Africa. With the TAKREEM community growing bigger and more committed to bringing about tangible change, TAKminds came to be an organic step further on the path the organization has set on, bringing forward engaging content, dynamic talks, and outstanding speakers.
So we're going going to get started with our first panel of the day. Now, as I said, this is the first track, so you can be following along with your pamphlets or with the PDF we sent you. I'm going to introduce our panelists. First, I'd like to come to the stage the moderator of this panel, Emile Haddad. Emile Haddad is Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of 5 Point Holdings, the largest developer of mixed-use communities in coastal California. It owns and manages Great Park neighborhoods in Irvine. All right, we're gonna have our next panelists come up and we'll learn more a little bit about everyone when they're on stage. I don't wanna take any time from these panelists, it's all them. The next is Maha Alami. Maha Alami is a New York-based entrepreneur and brought her mother's homemade chocolate recipe from Lebanon. That sounds delicious, I'd love to try some. She returned to New York for a graduate degree at Columbia University School of International and Public Affairs with a goal of shifting US policy in the Middle East. Our next panelist is Georges Atirs. Georges Atirs is a Lebanese self-made entrepreneur and businessman with a degree in software engineering, residing from Upper Saddle River, New Jersey. Ah, so is my aunt. Born and raised in North Lebanon, Georges moved to New York in the late 80s. In 1990, he and his brother, Masoud, established GMA Accessories and Capelli in New York, a New York City-based hair, accessories design, and manufacturing company. Welcome. Our next speaker is Larabi Ben Sleiman. Welcome, Larabi. Mr. Ben Sleiman is a managing director at Lest Credit. Prior to joining Lest, Mr. Ben Sleiman was the founding partner of Landmark, a private real estate credit platform. Welcome. And lastly, we have Rena Salem. Rena is the founder at Rena Salem Studio and Rena Salem Shop. With no facility and formal design in Lebanon during the Civil War, Rena left Beirut in 1986 to pursue her BA in graphic design at Central St. Martin's, followed by a master's in visual communication and art direction from the Royal College of Art. Welcome all, and I expect a beautiful, fruitful discussion.
Thank you. Okay, so good morning. First of all, I want to let you know that this has not been scripted. Nobody knows what we're going to talk about, including myself. And as I was riding in Uber this morning, I decided how I'm going to organize this. So look at them, they're all shocked right now. It's like, what is he up to? So I am supposed to be a moderator and speaker, and that's what happens when you're a Gemini. They give you two roles, so I apologize when I shift from one to another. So here we go. Here's what I think I'm going to do, and I'm going to need your help moderating it. So I figured what we'll do is we'll divide this into a why, and then a what and how, and a where. We're going to talk about the why, and it's going to be, why did you do what you did? And I want to get really personal on this. I don't want to get into a lot of the professional stuff we can read about you on the internet. But I really want to get into more your mind, the why. Then we're going to talk about the what and how. And that's going to be about what were the tools that you used to help you become who you are. And how did you use those tools? They look like they're taking a test now. and then we're going to talk about the where. And I'm going to keep that as a mystery a little bit until the end. So let's start with the why. And I'm going to start with Maha, since, just full disclosure, I'm very close to her family. I've known Maha since she was a baby. And it is really, I'm so proud to be on the stage with her. So Maha, why chocolate? Why did you pick chocolate? There's Cadbury, there's See's, there's Godiva, there's all these giants, there's all this chocolate that we love. Why did you decide to compete with the Goliaths of chocolate?
Basically, it was an accident that the chocolate business started.
You can talk to them.
Yes, that's true. It was an accident. It wasn't planned at all, but once it's because of the quality of the chocolate that I was encouraged to go into business. That's why. But so this is what differentiates from everything that you just mentioned. Get the candy that you mentioned, because it's not chocolate.
So it was just like an accident?
Yes, it's my mother's recipe that I introduced to my friend here who doesn't eat dark chocolate. When I insisted, she became addicted, and this is how the idea started. And then friends and my professors, because I had a completely different treasury so that they convinced me to go into the business.
Okay, moment in time.
Yes,
Rena, how about you?
exactly.
Is it yes? What I ended up doing with my career was an instinctive thing. I was living in Beirut. There was no designed education. I went to London, and unconsciously I was exporting my culture. And I realized Lebanon had a very distorted image, which was very negative through the media. So I realized the power of design can change people's perceptions about anything. So graphic design was an amazing tool to change the perception of the Middle East for me. And I started to reposition Lebanon, especially capturing its culture through pop art or pop images that were disregarded. People would be embarrassed or kind of neglecting them, thinking, or they don't want to identify with that. And I was like taking those beautiful images that were nostalgic and glorifying them and placing them into retail, hospitality, exhibitions, and celebrating it, which is what we, and creating an identity for everybody who's Arab to fall in love with. Because the media is very good at convincing us that we're not good enough, and I was out there to just make sure people would fall in love with the Middle East through my work. So that was my mission statement.
Wonderful. Laurie, you worked for a company that I am very familiar with, and when you left it, it was on a pretty steep trajectory of growth, which would have provided you wonderful opportunities within the organization, yet you decided to leave and go on your own. Why?
To me, it was more, the lack of excitement being part of a large organization and not being able to, to change things.
No, get it close.
I was saying it's more the lack of excitement of being in a large organization where, there are a lot of processes and procedures and rules to be followed, and not being able to be part of a change just because there are so many hurdles from a managerial standpoint, and I thought I could do it, perhaps my own way, alone with a couple of partners when we started our company.
All right, well, I'm not going to tell Stu what you said about everything that was negative, but that's okay. George, you built an empire. You have done so well. Why clothing? I mean, this is a very competitive market. Why?
First, thank you, Ricardo. Thank you, TAKREEM, for hosting this nice event, and thanks for everyone attending here. So look, I left Lebanon, okay, and then when I came here, I started a very modest job, but I felt the need for me, I need to do more for my family, for everyone that I want to support back in Lebanon, because I came by myself, then my brother. It's just two people from a very, very big family. And then I worked for a company, and I wanted to do more. And then I felt, I have a lot of energy, a lot of ideas that I couldn't execute as an employee. So I decided to go on my own. So the sky is the limit. I know we live in New York, very, very competitive market. But I thought, with hard work and dedication, we could win. And thank God we were able to really win and establish some big businesses.
So you figured out you can do it better.
Yes, exactly.
All right, well, now this is where I shift hats and go to a speaker. So why for me? So I came to the States in '86 from Beirut, and I got involved in the building industry. And a few years later, I started realizing that a big part of the problems we have in the United States, whether it is social equity or elsewise, is a derivative of how the country grew and how we were building communities. We're a country that relied on the automobile for everything. We're what I call a hard zone country, meaning we force people to live in one place, work in another place, and shop in a third place. We grew through suburban sprawl, and we basically left the inner cities to rot from the inside. And we provided the affluent people to be able to go and live behind gates, and we, over the years, became a segregated society that is segregated based on, social standard or social levels. We ended up sending our elderly to live in homes because they couldn't afford homes. And I think today, as we start looking at the problems we're dealing with, whether it is environmental in nature or social, I think it had a lot to do, at least that's my opinion, with how we actually decided to grow. And the why behind it was that I decided that I'm going to try to see if we can change that, if we can start actually building things differently, and that takes me to the how, the what and the how, which I will start and then I'll give it to you. So the what for me and what the tools were, I think that, I would say the first tool was to have the courage to try and fail and keep on trying. I think a lot of people give up too quickly. I would say that another tool for me was, I'm one of those people who embraces change. A lot of people are afraid of change. Change has been very good for me, although at the moment, like when we had to leave Lebanon, was not something that I looked at positively, but it turned out to be a good thing. The other thing that I think was a great tool for me was that I had a group of people who were believers. None of us can do it alone unless you have a bunch of believers who jump on the bandwagon with you, and I have a group of people who have been working with me for over 20 years and believed in the same vision. And I had cheerleaders, family and friends, that were there to cheer me on every time I felt I was too tired to keep on going. Now in the toolbox, at the bottom of the toolbox, I found a blueprint which really made it easy for me to start having my vision be clear. And that was a blueprint of how I would like to see the social fabric of the city I built. And that blueprint was a place I was born in and I grew up in until I left, and that's called Ras Beirut. That actually was what I saw as the model. It's a place that really did not differentiate people by wealth, by religion, by any other standard that today we measure people by. I didn't appreciate it as much as I appreciate it today when I was living there, because I thought the rest of the world lived that way. It's a place that is very random, but that's what gives it its charm. And it's a place that has education as a cornerstone. And as such, I use that as my blueprint to go forward. Now the how, I have built now cities, small cities, and we're very proud to say that our public schools that we built, where today the public education in the United States is really deteriorated a lot. Our public schools today rival any private school. We have 72 languages spoken in our schools. We have people who are coming from countries at war and becoming neighbors. We have a little girl who's living in an apartment in an affordable housing, minimum wage, sitting next to a boy who's living in a $3 million home, getting the education, realizing that the glass ceiling is not there anymore. For me, that's the how. But honestly, it all goes back to, you know, how I grew up. And every time I give a speech about what I do, I always say, if I can build Ras Beirut over and over again, the world will be a better place. So, George, I'm going to start with you. Yes. The what and the how.
So, you know, again, we came from Lebanon. We came for a short period, but we all, as Lebanese, know since the 75, every 5, 6 years, 10 years, we have a crisis, and every crisis bigger than the one before. And then every time we have, you know, everything will get lower and lower. We have new law on what's happening with the Lebanese people. So, you know, I decided to really, again, go in business to try to really help myself, my family, and the people that I know in Lebanon. So I decided, I said, okay, I come from Lebanon, a lot of multi-culture, religions, and politics. So I said to myself, okay, I'm not gonna talk about politics. We don't talk about religion. And then I wanna learn a lot about how the right way of doing business and educate people, associates, customers, suppliers, and be full transparent. And then I was able to really deal with the biggest retailers in the world, such as Walmart, Target, back then JCPenney, and all those retailers. But you know, learning myself about the product, the full supply chain, come and teach all those retailers how everything works. And then I told them, for me to do all this, I need to make money to support my company and the people working. So, you know, we followed very simple recipe. We do everything legal, you know, ethical. We care about our reputation and people's reputation. We don't want to waste people's time, and we need to make money. We do everything reasonable and appropriate. And then I try to learn from the best. You know, as an entrepreneur, probably you didn't go to school for what you are doing. But there are a lot of, you know, people who are very, very successful. You can learn the best out of them, try to do what they do right, try not to do, okay, the wrong things. And then, you know, and then we still believe in the mission that we started. And thank God we were able to really become what we became.
So, integrity, respecting customer, those are things that you think are foundational.
Yeah, I mean, again, respect everyone, you know, like I said, you know, just being nice, okay, you can be very tough, and then we are in business, you know, in business we need to make money, but you can do it the right way, the legal way, the appropriate way, and be very transparent. Sometimes, you know, full transparency could hurt you, but at the long run, it works.
So you don't agree with Hermes, where you go in and get insulted, and they don't want to sell you anything, and that's how they attract you?
That's no problem at all.
All right, Rena.
I'm always trying to think of the word entrepreneur. It looks or sounds very glamorous, but I think behind the scene, especially, I'm not a businesswoman. I'm a designer. I trained as a graphic designer. And they never taught us about numbers at art school. So I learned those the hard way. You know, stylish and on social media, it's all great fun. But really running a business is definitely a roller coaster. It's got its customer service, dealing with clients that I think most of them don't really understand design and the value of how design can really enhance a company and its business. So eventually I picked up numbers and I understand Excel sheets, not just Photoshop. And that really helped kind of sustain my company. The best part of it is inspiring people. This is more valuable than what one can have in a bank account. When I can walk down the street and people stop me and say, wow, what you said yesterday on social media has moved me. So that for me is so valuable. And that comes as being part of an entrepreneur. It changes people's minds, how they think, how they perceive things. And design has allowed me to do that.
So how much has social media been a part of your success?
For me, Instagram has been a life changer. To be able to communicate with people from all over the world has been just outstanding. as much as people hate the word influencer, but yes, I guess I've been doing that without Instagram for many years through my work. I mean, at the end of the day, you have to have some kind of body of work to be able to celebrate and influence people. You can't just influence people by just, which many people do on social media, just by dancing, whatever. But let's
Why are you looking at me?
I ride my Vespa, which you didn't know. So I use things like that on social media to attract attention. But of course, you know, there has to be some form of substance. There's a lot of, you know, hot air on social media. But yes, it's very powerful.
Lavi, what do you?
So me, I spent my entire career in financial services. I never thought I would become an entrepreneur, but I was married, well, I am still married to my wife, but she was an entrepreneur for about a decade, and her entire family, they all have their own businesses, and that inspired me a lot. And you know, always wanting to change things and improve things. I know it's a little harder to do in a large organization. And she pushed me to become an entrepreneur, and I stayed in the same business, so financial services, lending, real estate lending, and actually ended up partnering with one of her old classmates. So I guess a lot of this is through my wife, who has been pushing me a lot. But like Matt was saying, you know, being an entrepreneur, like every week you're dealing with a real challenge, a real problem. It's not, I mean, it's very exciting because you're able to, you know, to make changes in your employees, you're able to help your clients, you know, achieve what they want to achieve, but you're faced with challenges every week. And I think that's what keeps it very, very exciting for me.
So, wasn't scared?
Sorry?
What, you were not scared?
I wasn't scared, no. Because I think, and I'll speak about the U.S., I think the U.S. is a country where, you know, the law works, and if you do the right thing, most likely it will work out. So I wasn't scared, but I've had, you know, moments of, you know, rethinking, you know, our business strategy and, you know, considering maybe closing during, you know, 2020. So we went through all of those thoughts, but just kept persevering and just kind of sticking to the broader vision of the company.
How about you?
I started on Wall Street, and Rena was just mentioning that she, because I had a business degree before that, so I did have that background at least, which is good. But then when I went to graduate school I did political affairs because I had something like very, very particular in mind that I wanted to pursue. The chocolate was on the side when I was starting, and that's why some of my professors said, if you grow enough, you can become influencer in politics. Clearly, I mean, I need to grow more to become an influencer in politics, but this is, but also school helped me because that's how it started. We started selling at the gala dinners, the award dinners, and then people would pick it up and then they would start ordering. And Rena is right, social media is very important, and this is something I need to invest in. But my customers have been my marketing people, because this is how it's been. People order, and then they gift, and then it becomes a domino effect. It really, that's how it was organic. I grew organic and word of mouth. But is this enough? No, it's not enough.
Before we go on, I want to,
important.
because you both touched on the fact that it might look glamorous to be an entrepreneur. Everybody has that dream, but when you get into it, it's you know, you're on your own. Jojo, how many employees do you have?
We have around 7,000 employees now worldwide.
So one of the things that I know used to keep me up at night is making payroll. And what do I need to do to make sure that nobody loses a job because I was asleep at the switch? How many nights did you lose?
Hey, look, you know, in the beginning, you know, you come, you don't have working capital, you have to build your working capital. I didn't know really what means raising money until today. We haven't raised a penny. of course, you have a cash flow, you have issues. Yeah, it's tough. You know, financial crisis comes. You know, September 11 happens. Oh my God, we hit in New York. I left Lebanon because no war. Now we have war in New York. What do you do? Shutting down the whole country. It's not easy. It's not. But you know, every crisis, it doesn't kill you, make you stronger. So we learn. We're resilient, and yeah. But you have to control your own destiny. You know, start. You know, to think and operate in the future. You know, so that's really what entrepreneur needs to do. And then, of course, there's the compromise, the sacrifice that every day you need to do. And hopefully, you have people around you that are aligned with your mission. And then they really, if something goes wrong, they'll stand beside you to really support you to go through the crisis. Because we have a crisis every day. Every day you have a crisis. So entrepreneur, yes, there's a big reward, but you have to be ready to deal with lawsuits, issues. Every time you could have a lawsuit could put you out of business, you know, unnecessary or unreasonable, but you get used to it. I always say today, bad news, tomorrow, you know, it's less as bad as it was today. So, and then you get used to it.
See, that's spoken as a seasoned entrepreneur. Don't, it'll be fine. Before we go on to the where, I wanted to open it up for questions and comments. You need to help me moderate this thing. I'm not going to wait until the end and do the questions and answers. What are your thoughts so far? What are your questions so far? Come on. Somebody needs to help me. We have to.
You have 10 minutes only.
Yes. Razik. Mike.
Being louder.
It's on. Yes, now it's on.
Now it's on. Okay, so in hindsight, knowing what you know today, what is the one thing you would have done differently when you started?
Well, for me, it's easy. I was going to get to it on the where, but I wouldn't have gone public.
You would not have gone public.
No, I would not have gone public. And I'll get to it in a second.
For me, I'm thinking about it. I think I would have not changed anything. I'm happy how I did everything and then who I worked with. Of course, more minor things, but at the scope of everything, I think it's good. I'm still private, by the way, so that's why.
Yeah. Yeah, but I have a hair, you don't. Yes, go ahead.
I would say to delegate more, to have a stronger team, to have a better management. Management is very, very important in business. It can really, like, if you don't have good management, I can be a great designer with no management. So that's very, very important. And cash flow is more important than your mother.
Yeah.
For me, having a team early on, so we were 2 partners for 3 years, and we were doing everything from accounting, marketing, you know, investor relations, and things like that. And you can't do everything by yourself or with a small team. So starting with a larger team of experienced people would have helped us a lot more.
Okay, Ma. What would you have done different?
Having a reliable team is very important to delegate.
You didn't have one.
Not enough.
That's the same thing. You relied a lot on yourself. Well, that comes actually with the personality. You know, we're very much control freaks. We want to do it all. And then you have to learn how to delegate and empower and all that.
That comes from trust.
But also related to that, I mean, that's an advice. What would I have done different? Because I was advised not to work with friends, to start to work with friends, but it's very good to become friends with who you start working with, but not the other way around.
I totally agree with you. Totally agree. I mean, yes, ma'am.
You've all just mentioned team and people. I think I struggled, and I'm still struggling with team. So how do you find the best team because money doesn't bring them along, and kindness doesn't really work that well, even though I've personally tried to use great recruiters and also great systems and processes. So there's a key to team. So is there a secret you can share with us about bringing the right people along?
Yeah, well, look, I'm fortunate because I can actually answer that. I've had a core team that has been with me for almost 25 years. And what I did was actually something that a lot of people wouldn't have wanted to do, because I was swimming up against the current. Everything we wanted to do was not what regulations wanted us to do. We had to fight government on new ways of development. We had to fight the market that didn't want to change. So as I said, you know, there's a great TED Talk, actually, for anybody who wants to look at it. It's a short TED Talk, and it's, you can Google it, and it's, I think it's a crazy man dancing on a hill, demonstrating a movement. And the reason why it's important, because that TED Talk talks about the one person who stands out dancing like a crazy guy on a hill with a lot of people. Nobody was paying attention until the first person started dancing with him. And that was the first believer. And a lot of people always give the person who comes up with the vision more credit than they deserve, because if you don't have believers with you, you're going to be dancing alone like a crazy person. And I think so. My point to you is, I've always taken care of people. I've always been in the trench with them. I've never asked them to do anything that I wasn't going to do. People who know me know that. And I think at the end of the day, if they believe in what you believe in and know that you are going to be leading from the front, they'll be with you. I don't know.
So it's just, I'm sorry, it's about how you can build a good team?
Yeah.
Look, you know, every business is about people. You know, this is people decide and do things. They create computers, create business plans, and execute business plans. So, and people is not, you know, it's a very, people are a complex, you know, creature. So it's not really easy, you know, how to really align yourself with the best team. But, you know, you have to be a leader, you have to be honest, you have to be very transparent and say the truth, and then make sure everything is decisive and precise about that relationship to help you grow your business. And you have to really make sure they have a skin in the game, and then also they are part of the potential upside of the business. And when you do that, and then you have to, and then people also, you can't just find people, like we have recruiters, okay, I want this person. And usually, it's opportunity. Sometimes you have to build a team, have people from entry level, you know, look at who the stars are and try to spend more time with them to really make them, you know, leaders and team leaders in the future. So, but also, it's about luck also. You know, sometimes you get lucky, you get the right person who's the hungry, who wants to really do the work, who's the smart, and then just for them to be able to help you achieve what the mission of the company is.
It says 7.5. Don't tell me 3 minutes. Go ahead.
What is one thing you brought with you from your home country that helped you succeed?
Well, I think everything about me came from the old country. And I think family, education, community, I give everything I have today that is foundational came from Lebanon.
For me, it was my basis of my business is Lebanon and the Middle East. Everything that I do, all the images that I have in my archive are to do with the Middle East that many people have not seen and have disregarded. So we have a wealth of vision and visuals that are so amazing, and that's what I built my empire on. And people are like, what? This is from Lebanon? I'm like, yes, we have beautiful things, and it's the right time to capitalize and celebrate it.
You know,
I was going to say,
you were not born in Lebanon, so you can't talk. Okay.
So me, I was born and raised in Morocco, and
You're similar. Joking.
studied under the French system, and I think what I brought from there that I think is helping me today is probably treating people properly. We were exposed to different cultures, religions, and accepting everybody and just being fair to people.
I think I'm very similar to all panels just spoke about. Again, just how we are open. You see our father, how hard he works just to provide for the family, private school education, hard work, and then try to achieve more, every day better than yesterday, and try to help people. So, and also we're immigrants. I said, okay, if I'm immigrating from Lebanon, what I'm gonna do here in the US, just hang around, or I wanna deliver something and do something very big. And that's really what drove me the most.
Okay, well, they're telling us, before they start playing the loud music and get us off the stage with hugs, I wanna get to one last question. And I want us all to be honest, and I'm gonna start with myself. We all are labeled as entrepreneurs. But I can tell you for myself, as I said, I went public in 2017, and a couple of years later, I realized that I was not an entrepreneur anymore. I was an employee working for shareholders who were pushing me every day to drive the stock up by $1 so they can sell the stock. And I lost that feeling that I used to have every morning when I wake up, that I wanted to go and learn something new and do something different. And as a result, I decided 6 months ago to give up what might have looked like something very comfortable and prestigious in being a chairman, CEO of a public company. I gave that up, and I decided that I'm going to go back into the world, shed my shell, feel vulnerable again, and keep on going with what I want to do rather than feel the comfort of a position. As you look at yourself, and you want to be honest with yourself today, how much are you still taking the same risk you were taking when you were an entrepreneur or when you started? And how much of that is now being diluted because of the comfort of success?
No, but also, I'm sorry, are you
Yeah,
asking?
yeah.
No, part of the reason that's nice to be an entrepreneur is like you have the freedom and the flexibility, but then you end up working a lot. Really, your time is not your time. So sometimes people wonder, I wonder if sometimes people, they want to be an entrepreneur because they have a specific idea or because they want to have the freedom.
I don't think there's freedom in entrepreneurship. That's an illusion. But there's more of the word is rewarding. It's very, very rewarding, but no freedom.
So you still feel you are an entrepreneur? You're not?
I'm very much, especially with what's happened recently in Lebanon, I feel more of a mission to export Lebanon abroad, and a far more positive and far more, it's now the time for the Lebanese to present themselves even better abroad, because that's what they can do now. They have nothing else to rely on but to export themselves, and they have to do it very well. No more mediocrity, and the vision is very important. I could go back to social media. Lebanon is presented on social media every day, and it's very important how we present ourselves through business visually.
Lavis, you're still new in that, but do you still feel like you still have the same?
Yeah, I think I have the same drive, especially now that we have, I'd say more competent team, and we're in hyper growth phase, so kind of doubling down on everything, so it's going to be hit or miss at this point.
George, you're still an entrepreneur, or you're a manager?
Look, entrepreneur is like a spirit. Okay, so how
like
do
a spit?
It's a spirit.
Oh, I thought like
Okay. It's a spirit. How do you really measure the spirit? Okay, how do you define exactly what entrepreneurship is? But I'm still very aggressive. Okay, and then I don't count. I always say, okay, don't count how much money you have. You just keep working. And then this is like kind of a little bit, I have to change. But I still think I'm 20 years old, and then I still have 50 years of doing business. But it's when you are obsessed with business and you love business, you keep driving. And of course, entrepreneurship. You say I'm an entrepreneur, I own my business, but technically you do work for a lot of people. You work for your employees to make sure that you match, you get that payroll.
That's number one.
Okay. Then you work for the bank to pay, you know, our friend Salim Aboud here, okay, from Inter-Audi Bank. You need to make sure you pay your bills, pay your interest, pay your principal in real estate, as you know, right? Work for your customers. So we work for a lot of people, okay? And but we're having fun, and we do it right. So it's exciting to be an entrepreneur.
Well, I'm going to end up by saying this. I mean, I look at you as a seasoned entrepreneur and a very, very successful businessman. And I don't need you to say anything. I just see the energy, and I think you're still an entrepreneur.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
It's going? Okay, there we go. Thank you so much to that amazing panel. I really loved what Nadabi actually said when he said that respect is something he brought from his home country. Respect and acceptance for all, no matter your background. Treat people right. And I think I see that as a common theme when we take that wisdom from our roots. The next panel we have is a fireside chat called Attracting Investors and What Entrepreneurs Need to Know. Our moderator for this event is have some chair issues, it's all good, is Rebecca Bouchevin. She is an international strategic communications expert at TAKREEM, and she has 20 years of international experience in this. She also is an expert in crisis management, and that can span from Iraq to Washington, D.C. Rebecca has worked with the U.S. State Department in Baghdad in 2003 at the height of the Iraq War. Welcome, Rebecca. All right, our first panelist is Razmik Boladian. He is the managing partner at Rubicon Point Partners, LLC, and is an entrepreneur and a private equity executive and a real estate investor. Welcome, Razmik. And when I call your name, you can just come on up, all right? Fabulous. Dr. Khalid Jinahi. Dr. Khalid Jinahi is the chairman at Vision 3, with over 30 years of experience, of diverse experience in banking and financial services. Khalid Jinahi is the chairman of Vision 3. He served as group chief executive at Dar al-Mal al-Islami Trust and DMI Trust Switzerland. Our next panelist is Habib Kairouz. He is the managing partner at Row Capital Partners and Row Acceleration. With over 25 years of experience in technology, private equity, and venture capital investing, Habib seeks to partner with entrepreneurs who are visionaries. Welcome all.
Well, thank you, Ani, for this lovely introduction. And thank you, gentlemen, for being with us today. I will start with a quick question to Habib. Habib, being an investor, being in this field, what would be your advice and what do you look for when you are looking to invest in startups? And do they really differ, the criteria, between the USA or the Middle East when you are looking into it?
So maybe I start by explaining a little bit what I do, because it puts it into context. I manage private equity funds and venture capital funds that invest in entrepreneurs building new technology companies. So everything I do is technology startups, and they differ based on what era we're living in. In the 90s, we invested in a wave of companies investing in the internet. Today, we're investing in a lot of companies doing crypto and artificial intelligence. So put that in mind as I answer the question. What we look for first and foremost, and I would say it's probably 50% of our assessment, is who we're investing with. At the end of the day, a business plan is a piece of paper. And most of the companies that ultimately delivered the biggest returns for us in my career started out as an interesting piece of paper with an amazing entrepreneur who listened to the market, listened to the customers, saw how things evolved, saw how the competition was coming in, and changed along the way. So what we really look for are who these entrepreneurs are, and you saw some of them on the prior panel, people who want to change an industry, who want to create something big, who can listen to the market, want to be disruptors of their industry. They're people who didn't grow up in a sector and say, this is not how things are done. These are entrepreneurs who want to go in and change the way things are being done. This is first and foremost what we look for. People who can attract other people on their team, who can recognize their own strengths and weaknesses and make sure they attract people who complement their weaknesses. Because if you hire people who look like you, talk like you, then you're a single-minded initiative and you're always going to have blind spots. Finally, people, I think George mentioned something about transparency and honesty. We're always looking for people who are going to be our partners and who are going to be people we're very open with about what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong. And they could be amazing entrepreneurs, but if they don't want to be our partners, they don't want to listen to our opinion, then it's probably the wrong setup. When it comes to the difference between
the Middle East and the US.
Lebanese and Middle Eastern entrepreneurs, US and Middle Eastern entrepreneurs, I would say we're starting to see entrepreneurs in the Middle East deliver on big value the way we see it in the US. There's examples that came out of Lebanon with companies like Anghami that we've all heard about, which is the Spotify of the Middle East. Two amazing entrepreneurs I've been tracking since they started. Another entrepreneur, Nadine Haram, who started a company called Proximi and moved to the UK, which is a surgical software platform to bring remote doctors into the surgery room. Also, amazing success story. Having said that, I would say the number one flaw that I see with some entrepreneurs out of the region that I would urge them to think about is think globally versus locally. We saw a lot of entrepreneurs who think about how things are done in Lebanon, build a business plan that's predicated on selling only into the local market. The world has become global. If you want to compete, you need to compete at a global scene. So think globally, not locally. Don't be afraid of failing. An entrepreneur, by definition, has to be willing to take risks, has to be willing to fail. And there is a cultural stigma that's still maybe with the older generation that says failure, aib. And from my perspective, failure is a lesson for the second startup if it doesn't work.
Thank you. And to follow up on that, how has the MENA startup ecosystem evolved in recent years, in your opinion? And are there some examples of public-private initiatives that you can share with us that you've been probably involved in or aware of that can guide some of our entrepreneurs?
So I think it's evolved a lot. In the last 10 years or so, we're starting to see very successful startups. I just mentioned a couple of them. You've obviously heard about TAKREEM that was acquired by Uber. And it's primarily being driven by young people. It's the young generation that's seeing what their peers are doing on a global basis and innovating companies. My generation waited for our parents to give us a job or had to emigrate to find a job. The new generation, the youth, is starting to take matters in their own hands and create their companies. So that's very encouraging for everywhere in the MENA region. In terms of public-private initiatives, we're seeing some initiatives. So we saw one in Lebanon a few years ago that was launched by the central bank called BDL 331, which unlocked a pool of capital from the banking system to fund venture funds that created companies. And Anghami was a recipient of one of these funds. And that was a great early initiative to at least bring something that was fundamentally lacking, which was capital, to invest in these ideas. But I would urge any public-private initiative in the region to look at the rest of the world, because there are many examples of successful initiatives like the FinTech Innovation Lab, for example, in New York City that I'm involved with, and there are a bunch of failures around. And typically, those initiatives have failed when social, political priorities were put ahead of returns. And my advice would be for anyone trying to launch a public-private initiative to create a new sector in the market is to prioritize returns first, because the rest will follow. But if you put handcuffs on initiatives about where to hire and who to hire and restrictions on how to build a business, it's hard enough to build a business without those handcuffs. So let the businesses be successful and the rest will follow.
Thank you, Habib. Razmik, based on your experience fundraising, and I guess you've done some of that, right?
I had to.
What is the advice you would give to our young entrepreneurs who are trying to raise capital or find investors? How would they go about doing it?
Oh boy. So, I mean, starting with entrepreneurship is a lifestyle. It's not a 9 to 5. You don't decide that I'm going to work from 9 to 5 and then I'm going to go back to things. It's something you're taking on. It's your fourth child in my case, and it's probably the most time-consuming child. And it's that lifestyle has fundraising in it. And, you know, contrary to how I look today, I used to be an athlete. And as an athlete, you don't stop. You don't just go to the race and come back. You're preparing every day for that race. And when you get to the race, you know the terrain, you know the elevations, you know who's your competitor, you know how your strategy is and how you get out of it. Fundraising is the same thing. You don't just go to raise your fund, stop, and go back. It's ongoing. It ramps up and it ramps down. And what I say by that is, the worst thing I see people making is, I get a LinkedIn pitch, 3 paragraphs about a company. When I'm investing with someone, I want to know, especially as a seed, a Series A, you're investing in a person as much as you're investing in an idea. And for me, what was successful for us is we spent, I would say, if you were to do an 80-20, 80% of our time meeting with people. I mean, my business partner was also my wife. She did what we called a listening tour. We spent 2 years going around, not asking for a dollar, just talking to people, asking them what they're seeing in the market, and at the same time telling them what we're seeing in the market. When you approach someone with that approach, the doors are open, because as investors, we're junkies for information, and this other person is also investing in you, is a junkie for information also. That information sharing is comfortable. There is no filters where we're evaluating each other. We're just sharing information. That's how you're building these relationships. And when the time comes for your fundraise, you already would have had a good idea of who is the person that you got to go with. Who is going to be your anchor, your seed investor? Because that's the one you need to basically build the momentum around. And along those lines, it also is, don't just blanket everywhere. You know, I run a real estate fund on the West Coast. If you bring me the best deal on the East Coast, I just can't invest in it. It's not my mandate. So you're wasting your time, you're wasting my time, and also it means that you haven't done your homework about what I do. So my advice to an entrepreneur is figure out who is basically the right investor for you, not just anyone that has a check to write is your investor. So once you get to that stage and you figured out who your investors are, you've spent time with them and you go for the pitch, you're gonna get rejected a lot more than you're gonna get accepted. At which point, be gracious about it. Don't call back and say, I'll call you back when I make $1 billion, when my company is a unicorn. Not a good idea. Be humble about it. When you get that first investor, celebrate your success, because that's what builds your momentum. And finally, when you're done with that part of investing, you've raised your fund, you're now on anything, don't forget your investors. Stay in touch with them, because they are going to be, because the next round you're raising, the first phone call your future investors are going to do is your existing investors. And what they want to know, not only your track record, but how you've been as an entrepreneur along the journey. So that's kind of what I would say from my years of learning.
So you would say it's very important for any young entrepreneur when they are looking for investors to do their homework and really know where to go before they just go ahead and cold call.
Absolutely. They're just wasting their time. What else?
And probably the investors.
Yeah, I mean, as an investor, one thing is, as an investor, we want to see deals. It's our job is to invest. So I want to see as many deals as I can, and it's okay to call me. I just don't want to waste your time or my time on something that's not gonna make any sense for me.
Okay, and you had discussed that you are the beneficiary of emerging manager programs. Can you please explain to us a little bit more about these programs. What are they exactly, and how would they apply for entrepreneurs?
Sure. So just as a way of background, it's estimated that somewhere between 65 to 75% of the money being invested in the U.S. comes from institutional investments, which what I mean by that is the pension funds, the state-run pension funds, the private pension funds, the endowments, the foundations for schools, hospital systems, and so on. So that's where the big bulk of money is. And for any eventually fund to grow, you've got to tap into that money. The problem with that money is they want to write huge checks. They want to write no less than, the smallest of these, let's say pension funds want to write $50 million checks. And at the same time, they don't want to be more than 20% of your fund for exposure purposes and governance purposes. So here, think of it. If you're going to be $50 million and 20%, you're probably talking about a $250 million fund, which is a big fund for most first-time funds, for example, to raise. So, but at the same time, these guys are looking to create the next generation of, of managers. They're looking for who is the next Blackstone going to be, who is the next Carlyle going to be. They don't want to just keep giving money they're giving money to these, but they also want to see the next generation of investors coming up. So one of the things that several pension funds started doing years ago was they created these emerging manager programs, which is, I'm going to take 1 or 2% of my annual allocation, and I'm going to give it into give it to a third-party manager whose sole mandate is not to find only good managers that have good returns, but also they should be below a certain threshold of how much assets they manage. Thereby, they need to be small enough, nimble enough, and we can identify them as being the future investors, and we can work with them. And at the same time, they gave up on some of the reporting requirements and so on, which are typically requested from the bigger groups, because it's just easier to kind of, you don't have the infrastructure as a small company to do it. So, for example, the California Public Pension Fund, the New York Pension Fund, Texas has it. All these groups have now emerging manager programs. So what they do is they are able to get access to up-and-coming groups very early in the process, seed them, and then help them basically grow to become. So that's how we started. Our several funds were initially incubated through an emerging manager program.
So the question is, for the Middle East and North Africa, do such pension funds exist for our entrepreneurs there?
Yes, the Middle East, the whole MENA region has a lot of pension funds. There's a lot of sovereign wealth funds. Do they have any emerging managing programs? To be honest with you, I'm not aware of any that exist. And I can tell you right now, I don't think the intent there should be a replication of what's in the US, because the mandate there might be different than the mandate here. But what I do think would be a great idea is if there's a way to recycle some of the sovereign capital being invested to help build local entrepreneurs as well, to build the local companies as opposed to just being foreign invested.
Thank you, thank you. Dr. Janahi. Hello. So, what is your understanding of an entrepreneur in the US versus the Middle East and North Africa?
Actually, picking up from George's point earlier on, now this is the bad thing about being 20. Being 20 and being the last one to speak, you're lost for words. Every good word has been said before you. Anyway, I'd like to start just to come clean with something, and I'd like to humbly thank Ricardo and the team for bestowing upon me the 2 letters in front of my name, DR. I've turned down an honorary doctorate, so thank you very much for putting a DR there. If Ricardo means it's for my lanes, because I'm a layman, so it's for my laymanship, I think I'll take that as a PhD in laymanship. So thank you very much, Ricardo, for giving me that. I'd like to pick up actually from the point of what Habib raised earlier on. I think it's very, very important, because I am now today similar to what Habib is doing let's call it from, again, being humble about it, as an angel investor with the family in terms of investing in seed, and we go for growth too. But seed is our main thing that we do, and we are very much into the new wave of entrepreneurship, which is very much non-Arab world in the MENA. You don't see it as a something there, and I'll explain why. Okay, but I like to pick up on the ecosystem. The ecosystem here, one reason why we have successes, because failures are celebrated before successes. And that's very, very important. I mean, even I mean, someone who went for Chapter 11, I don't know, 7 times or 10 times, he became the President of the United States. Matter of fact, he changed the terminology from the leader of the free world to the ruler of the whole of the world. So he became like our part of the world, became a ruler rather than a leader. So that is a great and very important thing. And I think our people in our part of the world, where I come from, the MENA, I think we need to accept both sides. It's not just the entrepreneurs themselves accepting to take risk and to fail. And there is no harm in failing because you learn from failure and then go forward. But actually, it's much more that society as a whole, the system as a whole, has to accept failures. I think that's an important thing that we should take into consideration. People don't talk much about it, but it's a very, very important point to raise. If I look at entrepreneurship, and I'd like to raise another point on that, it does not mean that you are a great entrepreneur, that you are a great leader. I'm talking about the leaders of tomorrow. Great entrepreneurs, a lot of times, they are not great leaders. They know that they're not going to be great leaders because it's the people issue. They'll bring leaders with them, whilst they are the guys with the ideas, they are the guys who really develop the thing, and the ideas develop as a founder. It's not always, those are not the guys that they're going to be the leaders. And Habib knows, Westmark knows that when you deal with that, with the founders, these are very important things that you got to find out day one. And if they recognize that, it's much better than you basically as an investor, as a lead investor, telling them to do so. In this part of the world, I would say if we take 10 entrepreneurs, 10 business ideas, like Habib was talking about, all these new, the crypto boys, the new technology guys, out of the 10 who are successful, they are nobodies who become somebodies. In that part of the world, most of the entrepreneurs are not that type of entrepreneurs. There are other types of entrepreneurs, which are in real business or whatever. But if I take 10, and I'm being very nice and being very humble, 8 out of 10 are somebodies who've been helped by big boys, and they carry on, and they are called entrepreneurs.
That's for the Middle East.
That's the Middle East. Whilst 2 who will try very, very hard, maybe by chance they become. There are hundreds who try, okay, for mistake, they go for the wrong people to raise money, but most of the time, even if they go for the right people to raise money, they're not going to get the money because they are nobodies. They might have a great idea, they might be innovative, but they will not get the support. So that is something that we should accept. We don't. A lot of us are, because we gain, we make money out of the systems, and I'm being nice, actually, the regimes in that part of the world, okay? We make money, so we keep quiet about these things. I think it's important for an entrepreneur always has to have 2 things. I always say that, and it's 2 things that he should have. 1, critical thinking. Any entrepreneur does not have real critical thinking. I would not personally call him an entrepreneur. And number 2, being a non-conformist. If he's a conformist, he is not an entrepreneur, by definition. Look at the Jobses of this world, the Zuckerbergs of this world. I don't like them, but look at them. They are non-conformist, real critical thinkers. You need that to be part of it. There is system in the ecosystem in the MENA does not allow critical thinking to come through. We blame the systems, we blame the regimes, but the reality is we should blame ourselves. Because once you give away that aspect, you're never going to get there. And that's why the 350, 400 million, whatever we are more subjects than citizens. So the first thing you got to be a citizen who thinks outside the box, not only allowed to think outside the box, you must think outside the box, and you must be able to raise questions which people say you should not be raised. When you see a 7, you say it's a 7. You don't say it's a 9 because the guy who's going to give you the money is going to tell you it's 9, and you say, yes, sir, it is 9. So yes, sirism is not going to, might get you money, but it does not mean you are a successful entrepreneur. So I think that's an important. We have a lot, by the way, in that part of the world. We have a lot of what I call, okay, money laundering entrepreneurs. And they are kissed. They are loved. They are putting money in private equity and everywhere else, and they are today having schools, having hospitals everywhere, but they pay $2 million, for argument's sake, for a plot of land monthly for the retail business to somebody who's a decision maker simply to allow them to do what they do. So I think these are important things to put in mind. So we should not kick ourselves and say we don't have people who can do it. We have them. I am so pleased when I see we get so many of these basically guys coming up for seed, in this part of the world, whether it's Austin, whether it's Silicon Valley, whether it's Boston, when they come and I see basically a Lebanese guy as a co-founder, an Egyptian guy as a co-founder, a Moroccan, even actually Indian subcontinent, I feel good when I see that, because that gives me a feel that there is a chance for these people, and Brazilians, it gives me a chance that I see that something can happen here. I do not see it in my part of the world. So I think it's important. And talking about public-private, I mean, look at a small country like Bahrain. To put themselves on the map of so-called fintech, they raised a fund, which is the money of the country, $100 million, which is a lot of money for a small country like Bahrain, to basically invest in startups in that part.
So this is in line with what Westmark was saying?
No, but this 100 million, of which 50 has been already, and Habib might know about it, 50 has already been deployed. But what? Guess what? It's not been deployed in Bahraini startups. It's been deployed with other fund managers outside to go and play with it. Only $400,000 of 50 million, which has been deployed, has been invested in Bahraini startups. So this tells you that there is something wrong there. But if we don't speak up, we don't push, we will not see the young men and women from that part of the world really becoming, that's where the money is. Where we talk about Kareem is a copycat, but it was a successful copycat. I'm not someone for copycats. I'm very much for innovation, new ideas coming through, and I think our people, wherever they are, they can have that, but we should allow them to push and go forward, and they should put their foot down and do it.
Thank you. And to wrap it up real quick from our three speakers, what would you like to conclude with as your final advice that you want to leave young people with in our part of the world, in the Middle East and North Africa, from your experience? Habib?
I guess my biggest word was I'm always looking at the glass half full. While I agree with 90% of what you said, I think change is happening, and I think it is again happening at the youth level. Look at some of the success stories that are starting to emerge. Look at what Anghami's done. Look at what Proximi's done. Look at what Kareem's done. These entrepreneurs are going to go on their second and their third ventures. People who worked in the ranks of these companies are going to go out and they're going to start their own companies. And I think the investor base that you were talking about, which you're absolutely right, has been investing all the money outside the region as opposed to looking for these entrepreneurs who are nobodies but nevertheless have the entrepreneurial spirit, are going to start regretting missing out on having, Proximi is a company that started in Lebanon, was part of the Endeavor Network, moved to the UK, a fantastic woman entrepreneur, and she's just brought in a Boston-based venture fund to invest in her company. When the success comes out, the way it's coming out for Anghami and the way it came out for Kareem, people in the region are going to realize that they're missing out on a big wave. So I think change is coming. It's coming at the youth level. People are no longer worried about failing, and I would really be encouraging them to take matters in their own hand, not listen to their parents and grandparents, and start their own thing.
Thank you. Real quick, Razmik and then Khalid.
I'm just going to echo what we heard, which is basically think big. Is kind of one thing I heard is just because you're in a particular geography does not mean you're restricted to geography. We've got, there is free borders around the world when it comes to idea flow and opportunities. And I would highly suggest that if you've got something, don't have the local politics, the local economies restrict you, because there is always a way to get out of it. There's a big audience out there, and one thing that what Khalid, you're saying, one thing that has created is it has actually transplanted a lot of people that have left to find opportunities elsewhere. But now there is these host communities around the world that understand the plight and at the same time appreciate the opportunities.
Thank you.
I like the glass empty. I don't like it half full. I don't like it. I like it that way because, I tell you, we should not always. We always look at the positives, and we should push for the positives. But our negatives are so much that we should not ignore the negatives. What I'm getting at, that one of the negatives is basically that we keep quiet on those negatives. We are actually not allowing people to come out. You're right. You can go and touch people and call them. But I tell you, most of the time, nobody answers. Or they answer, they have other deals on their table which are much, much more interesting than they come to you. We work so hard to get Sequoia and Sequoia India to come actually and invest in one of startups in the Gulf, okay? We work so hard to get Tiger Global, we work so hard to bring the other, okay, SoftBank is doing it for other reasons. They're doing it because they're getting another $55 billion coming into their pocket. So we're trying to do that, but what I'm saying is if the system overall, if the ecosystem is not there, it's not a question of the entrepreneurs accepting that they're going to fail and they have to try again. That's the easy part. I think the difficult part is that the regimes, and when I say the regime, I don't mean only the governments, the people, the social fabric as a whole should accept that failure is not a wrong thing. Failure, to the contrary, could be a very good thing because it could help the entrepreneur himself and other entrepreneurs so they don't repeat the same thing. So I think we should, I'll come back, we should start celebrating failures rather than anything else. And I love Mr. Trump. So there you go.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, gentlemen. With this, we will wrap. And the advice is think outside the box. Don't be afraid to fail and know where you're going. Right? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that was an amazing discussion because I love what was said about a business plan. It's just a piece of paper. Truly, you got to be disruptors of the industry. Our next speaker is actually a keynote speaker. I welcome to the stage Dr. Richard Westmark. Welcome. He is the CEO at Triple V Management, LLC. To learn more about our speakers, you can scan our QR code. We're a little tight on time, so I want to get started as quick as possible. Richard, you might think, hey, that doesn't sound, Westmark does not sound like a name that comes from the MENA region. Well, Richard has a love for people in the MENA region, and he's going to share a little bit about that with us today as well. Welcome, Richard.
Thank you all, and especially I thank the panelists ahead of me for introducing the topic for me. I'm going to stay out of the debate of half empty and half full, and I'm hopefully going to suggest a way of filling the glass. Thank you everyone for being here and supporting a clearly worthy cause, and I'd also like to personally thank Ricardo and his entire team for putting on clearly a world-class event. Very briefly, the background that brings me here today, if that was clapping for Ricardo, I'm all for that. And the team who, having been a speaker, all the emails and texts that come in, the team worked really hard to make all this happen and still is. Very briefly, the background that brings me here today, I started with an economics degree. I then was honored to be a Harvard-trained neurosurgeon. And for the last 25 years, I've run my family office and a traditional long-short hedge fund. And that's given me the greatest opportunity to be impactful on the global stage. My passion for the Middle East began 3 decades ago when I got to live with the royal family of Saudi Arabia. I got to live with them for a pretty considerable period of time here in the States. And shortly thereafter, I met my dearest friend, Mansour Harani, who many in the people in the room know. Indeed, I've spent so much time with Mansour and his family that I am certifiably at least half Lebanese. There's hardship throughout the Middle East, and I'm so intimately aware with the problems in Lebanon, and I don't want to be dismissive of that. The microeconomic and political problems are severe, and I know that. But what I want to highlight is the incredible macroeconomic opportunity for the Middle East and how everyone in this room can support it and nurture it, getting back to our panelist discussions. You may or may not have heard of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, but it is here, it's growing, and in my opinion, it belongs to the Middle East. Prior industrial revolutions have strongly favored Western countries, because they required large capital expenditures, they required brick and mortar structures and infrastructures. Simply put, the rich became richer. The fourth industrial revolution is different. It's the great equalizer. It has the potential to elevate all countries. The secret is to be visionary in terms of approaching it. And again, I thank the panelists for this. Why does the fourth industrial revolution favor the Middle East? It's a long list, but the first is just the unique nature of the revolution. As stated earlier, there's no need for complicated infrastructure. There's no arbitrary geographic barriers that we've heard spoken of today. Today, you can work for Microsoft, you can work for Siemens, you can do that from the next. This is a huge opportunity that exists. It relates to the next trend favoring the Middle East, which is demographics. You can take demographics and think of it in a negative or a positive, half empty or half full glass. It's understandable. Half of the population of the Middle East is under 24, and there's lots of issues of how to get this population educated and ultimately employed. However, to quote Einstein, in the middle of difficulty lies opportunity. Think about it. The youth are the natural early adopters of technology. The youth are the natural progenitors of the fourth industrial revolution. And that is what I see is the glass fully full, not half full. It's an incredible opportunity for the Middle East. So that's the opportunity. It's huge. And now the action points. The action points start with the governments. The governments, I call on anyone here who's able to influence governments to do it in this way that sponsors the efforts in the Middle East for the fourth industrial revolution. The good news is there are already sizable efforts throughout the Middle East that are emphasizing education, infrastructure, and importantly, 5G, which is another key component leading to this fourth industrial revolution. Saudi Arabia is at the vanguard of this with their 2030 vision campaign. The UAE has a Million Arab Coders initiative going on. It's all out there and it's all happening, which is great, but the governments clearly need to do more. In addition to the governments doing more, and what I would most advocate to, particularly as relates to these discussions this morning of the panelists, is that we need to get individually involved. And what a pleasure it is that I'm looking at what I believe is the solution, the ability to fill this cup, which is the diaspora of the Middle East. My plan of action for this esteemed crowd: initiate and support education and training in the Middle East. You've heard about funds going elsewhere. They need to be, all of us need to direct these funds directly to the Middle East. It's also the beauty of the fourth industrial revolution, because all of these people who are way smarter than me can inject themselves directly into the Middle East with technology today without traveling, and those talents can be distributed fairly throughout the Middle East. Coding academies, schools, professor endowments. This is where I believe your efforts and your capital will have the greatest impact and the highest return on investment. There are a number of these initiatives already in place, so you can either learn about them and support them or start your own. I don't want to get granular in all the things that are going on. There's so many programs out there trying to initiate this. My recommendation is get involved. Second, support the Middle Eastern talent with your time and your capital. The amount of knowledge in this room that can advance those people in the Middle East who don't have access daily to the people of Silicon Valley is just such an incredible opportunity. Angel investing, venture capital, private equity. The diaspora has a unique ability and talent to invest and recognize this talent on the ground. Again, I'm so appreciative of the panel for bringing up these challenges and suggesting that everyone here can help with these challenges. We've heard about the music streaming service that's listed on the NASDAQ. We've got TAKREEM. We've got Sook being acquired at multi-billion-dollar valuations. This is happening real in the Middle East, and that opportunity actually is budding and should be embraced. A unique option, again, speaking to the people in this room, is through your engagement with boards, whether they be charitable or non-charitable. By example, I sit on the board of the Christopher Reeves Sub-Foundation, and we are actively using the funds from the foundation to invest these resources in a venture capital-like way. And we do this toward causes that are important to us, and importantly, we're hoping to grow the endowments as we do this. So my advice, use your influence to direct this capital to the Middle East. And I think it's obvious that one recipient of this to be considered is, of course, TAKREEM, who's trying to do many of the things that we're speaking of. My family foundation relies on an economic model to maximize the impact and return on investment. There are multiple studies, economic studies, that demonstrate clearly the high return on investment of investments in technology, and particularly as relates to the velocity of the dollar. Not to get off on the weeds, but the velocity of the dollar expresses the multiplier effect of your invested capital. The higher your velocity, the greater the impact. And technology has the highest velocity available for your dollar. For these reasons, our foundation is committed to developing technology in Morocco at this time, and our intention is to spread throughout the Middle East. We don't diminish the need and the value of humanitarian aid, but rather we're pretty sure that this approach leads to an exponential return on our investment and ultimately a game-changing outcome. So in conclusion, the fourth industrial revolution is here, and it strongly favors the Middle East. We all need to do our part to make sure that the Middle East leads the way in this revolution. Nothing could clarify this opportunity better than Bill Gates when he was asked what competitor keeps him asleep at night, keeps him awake at night, I'm sorry. And he said, they asked him, is it Intel? Is it Apple? And he said, no, it's two kids in a garage. The Industrial Revolution is here. We can, we should, and we must make sure that that garage and those two kids are in the Middle East. Thank you.
What an incredible speech. Thank you so much. I loved how he said, support the Middle East with your sneak peek of her new film. Take a look.
Dear Lebanon, your location and your diversity put you at the hub between continents and cultures. You have an impressive ability to absorb hardships. Yet you rarely confront the causes of them.
Who the hell is responsible?
I still can't get the images out of my head. The explosion took me reeling back to the days of civil war.
At the end of the war, the warlords were given promises of public money.
We have these same politicians, the same ones killed. They're still here, which is like, what?
You have so much vested interests in the system, which led us to this very tragic situation.
لماذا لم تبادر هيدي المواد المتفجرة? And why didn't the president do anything about it?
I don't know.
Corruption is eating up everything in the country.
We have to buy bottles of water, which costs more than petrol now.
The crazy floating power stations.
The system will not be changed from the top.
Elections are the only tool that we have.
I don't believe the voting process is legitimate.
So are you still confident with your decision?
100%. If we do not fix ourselves, the people will revolt against us.
We Lebanese people, we're strong. We're very strong, and we're stubborn.
What is your dream for Lebanon?
To become a nation.
We are Lebanese! All of us! Shame on you for dividing us!
These politicians, they deserve to be in jail. Enough is enough.
Dear Lebanon, you're too important to let fail. We believe in the idea of Lebanon. The thing is, Lebanon, do you still believe in that idea? This is a question only you can answer.
Incredible and powerful. It is my honor to present to you Miss Daisy Jedaroun.
Well, I've only seen that about 1,000 times, and every time I watch it, I get moved. It never stops stirring me. As the young, beautiful Manel just said, if Lebanon becomes a nation in my lifetime, she'll move back there. And my commitment is we're going to do everything we can to make that happen. Thank you very much for joining me. I'm going to talk to you today about the role of art in amplifying the voice of a small community on a global platform in a way to bring in philanthropy into this track that we're talking about today. So allow me to begin. Art, through its various forms, music, painting, sculpture, graffiti, dance, and in my case, film, is critical in the work for social justice, as frequently they are the only things that can reach people, that can provide comfort or generate the visceral, raw emotions needed for social change. When I was a child growing up in Sydney, there was a lot of racism, and particularly against the Lebanese, because I was 10 when the war broke out in Lebanon. And so the only news we ever received about Lebanon was about the brutal and bloody civil war. Whilst my parents knew Lebanon as the Paris of the Middle East, as a centre of banking, culture, liberalism, and sophistication, I only knew Lebanon as a land of violence, terrorists, warmongers, and kidnappers, where Muslims, Christians, and Druze hated each other, killed each other. Basically, there was nothing good that came out of that country. Or at least, that's how I perceived it. So I wanted nothing to do with it. I mean, at home, we ate Lebanese food and spoke Arabic, but outside the home, I was an Aussie. I didn't know the stories of Lebanon's prehistoric, beginnings, where recent radiocarbon dating at Qsara, 10 kilometers from Beirut, indicated that the early humans may have lived there approximately 45,000 years ago. I didn't know that the Phoenicians gave the world the alphabet, or that the Romans relied on Lebanon's fertile Bekaa Valley to feed their entire empire for more than 200 years. I didn't know Jesus Christ performed his first miracle, turning water into wine at Cana. And I can go on and on, modern times, the Mamluks and Fakhruddin, and so much more I didn't know. But my point is, I didn't know, because the media told us only one side of the story and not the whole picture. And this is not only relevant to Lebanon, but many countries, people, places, events, and issues around the world. And it is not to blame the media, but rather to acknowledge that their role in providing us with a full and factual understanding of any story is limited and must not be relied upon solely. Back then, like with my current film, I decided the world needed to know more. The world needed to know the full story. The world needed to know the truth about Lebanon. And as a journalist, I felt it was incumbent upon me to tell that story. Rather than just write another article, publish another book, produce another news report, I wanted to create something that would last the test of time and provide proof for generations to come. I chose film then and now because the visual medium is the most widely consumed genre of information in the world. It was 30 years ago when I made my first film, Lebanon in Prison Splendor, with the late, great Omar Sharif, and I happened to meet someone here who met me 30 years ago and saw my film back then, and it's still true today. With both films, my objective was to educate and enlighten. With In Prison Splendor, I wanted to amplify the story of a nation's journey through history onto a global platform using art. With Enough, I wanted to amplify the voices of the embattled and battered people who had lost their voice, lost their will, and were losing hope. Their story so moved and infuriated me that I wanted to agitate and rally millions around the world to help Lebanon. So I had to take action, massive action. This film, as many of you know, has gone on to win more than 12 awards around the world, beginning with the Cannes Film Festival last year, and has been a finalist or officially selected to more than 25 film festivals globally. My purpose is not to collect accolades, but rather to continue to amplify the voices of this small community by giving our story the biggest stage in the world. Festivals from Greece to Croatia, France to Sonoma, Fort Lauderdale, New York and Italy, and so many more have screened the film to their audiences. But the greatest satisfaction for me is knowing that I'm opening the eyes of the world to a human tragedy that they would never have understood or appreciated if this film had never been made. My role is far from over now. Now the mission is to make sure tens of millions of people see the film, especially the 16 million Lebanese in the diaspora. Because for change to truly come to Lebanon, we, outside Lebanon, must awaken and rise up in positions of leadership to assist our brethren back home. Hand in hand, we must redesign and rebuild Lebanon. Finally, I would like to add that I was fortunate. I had my own money and I had a home to mortgage to make this film. I was also supported by many enlightened and generous philanthropists, as well as the Australian government, among others. But what about the thousands like me who could be telling equally important stories but do not have the means? As philanthropists, we need to realize that giving in times of crisis is critical and praiseworthy. But I would like to ask you a question.
if more resources were distributed to artists whose work we believed could impact and enlighten millions, would we not move the needle closer to solving some of the problems that keep us putting our hands in our pockets without, it seems, no end? Thank you for generously offering your gifts to help bring forth a more equitable and inclusive world. And thank you for spending time with me this morning. Thank you.
Are we on? Okay. I don't know about you, but I feel extremely inspired and moved by what I just saw and heard. So thank you so much, Daisy, for making that long trip from Australia to be here. This card keeps flying away. All right, we're going to start on our next panel. The panel is entitled From Human to Humane. Our moderator today is Dr. Jeffrey Hammoudeh. So, Jeffrey, please join us on the stage. Dr. Jeffrey Hammoudeh is a reconstructive plastic surgeon and associate professor of clinical surgery at Keck School of Medicine, USC. Our next panelist for this panel is Thomas Abraham. Please come to the stage. And actually, panelists, from now on, panelists and moderators will actually be sitting here from now on. I was just told so. So you can go start.
What would I know? I went by the picture.
Yes. All right.
Thank you.
Fabulous. Our next is Serena Adada. Welcome to the stage, Serena. Serena is an international security professional. Next is Maha Frij. Welcome, Maha. Maha is the president and CEO at Access, which we'll be learning about more as we chat. Next, I'd like to introduce Amal Najjar. Welcome, Amal. She's the founding executive director at Children of War Foundation and founder and CEO at MedGEO. And last but not least, we are going to meet Charbel Tajer. Welcome, Charbel. He is the president at Specified Technologies Incorporated. Welcome, and I'm very excited to hear about the topics discussed in this panel.
Well, I'm not as good looking as the original moderator, so I got plenty of notice early this morning to moderate this session, so please excuse me if I'm a little off, but it's my pleasure. She is unable to make it because she's in DC, I believe. So Ricardo, I promise not to embarrass you and not go rogue too much. For full disclosure, Amal is my wife, so I don't hear it afterwards. But I'm glad to shift gears from an interesting morning where there seems to be a lot of priority on power and money. And one of the speakers mentioned that, and I won't call you out because I can't remember who, that we have to put the profits first in startups and we really got to keep looking at the bottom line. I would push back on you gently and let you know that there's some of the most profitable companies, some of the most powerful companies can also do it in a manner that is well balanced, that provides its stakeholders with profits, but also at the same time are a positive addition to the community at large. And I think if we lose that thought and we put money before everything else, what you're going to get is what you saw on that clip. And I love that clip because that's what money and power does. You want money, I want power, I want the bottom line. That's great. You're going to have war, you're going to have chaos. I'm fortunate enough to be able to moderate this session with people that are extremely intelligent. What you have up here is representation from Columbia, from Oxford, from Wharton School. So these are the people that are helping change the world. I know they're doing it on the profit, but they're also doing it on the nonprofit, on the humanitarian side. So without further ado, we're going to open this up. Now, interestingly enough, the topic of this is from human to humane. And I know that I was given a schedule to talk about and introduce Children of War, and we will. But from human to humane, when we think about it, when we think about it, at least when I think about it, and I ask you guys, going from the session of money and power and money and profits and entrepreneur and seed capital and shifting gears, I'd like you're each just introduce yourself, like give us your 1 line, 2 line, maybe 2-3 minute perspective. What does that mean to you, human to humane, emergency response and long-term commitments? Because I think the title is very intriguing, because humans in general, no matter what they tell you, want money and power. Whether we're talking governments, democracies, dictatorships, corporations, they want money and power. So this is a great shift, and I look forward to helping with that transition. So we'll start with Tom, and I'm gonna change gears. I know I was given to introduce Children of War and everything, but what does that mean to you, and we'll work our way. Give us a one-liner about your foundation as well, Tom. Oh, yeah, you looked at your watch.
Well, when we were talking about why do foundations give money? First of all, it takes somebody who's made money to put money into a foundation. And the reason they put money into a foundation is that most reasons are they want to give back to the community where they had the opportunity to raise their families, to support their church, support their community, and also to give back. So that's what the Anthony R. Abraham Foundation is all about. And our mission has been very clear: to help the poor, the helpless, and those in need, to help educate the next generation who will lead this country.
That's great. Serena? I don't want to, she told me a lot of things I can't say about her, but she's an international security professional, so I'm convinced that, I don't know what that means other than she's a multilateral diplomacy and advocate in Geneva, right? What does that mean to you, human to humane? And then we'll dive deep into the rest of the session.
Sure, thanks so much. I think, well, in addition to what Thomas has just said, I would say when we're talking about human, there's a lot about the nature of humanity, the tendencies, the needs that need to be attended to. And when we move to humane, we're talking about the application of focus and intention with an end objective of a certain type of impact. So I would say that the conversation that we're going to have on this panel, I think, and I'm really happy that we were able to connect previously with these wonderful panelists, is really to see how we can really leverage the kind of success that is sitting in this room, both financial and otherwise, in order to actually streamline impact and make a big difference in ways that, for example, are exemplified by the wonderful film that Daisy has produced and now kindly showed a clip about.
Maha? By the way, Maha told me, when I met her this morning, and I said, where are you from? She said, the center of the world or universe, which immediately meant to me Dearborn, Michigan. And I said, Dearborn, Michigan? She said, yes. And she's Palestinian like myself, so please.
Well, I want to start by thanking everybody on this panel. I'm honored to be in the midst of such a great philanthropist. And I want to thank the TAKREEM group for bringing us together, and I want to thank all of you for taking the time to be here today. And I hope that we will manage to draw from the collective wisdom that has been shared throughout the day and go home with something that we learned that will make us make something different tomorrow, hopefully. So for me, human to humane really has to do with the power of philanthropy. From my perspective, philanthropy is about giving time, talent, and treasure, right? But it is about the bottom line of it, that it allows the person to be self-expressed. It allows the person to do something about an important cause that they care about. So it is the ultimate humanity when you are able to do and improve communities and affect a cause that is important, that happens to be important to you. And yes, maybe we are humans, so we react a lot of times to certain disasters that happen in the world. But the ultimate real effect of anything that has to do with philanthropy is our ability to focus and to understand what it is that we care about really, and to be strategic about that impact that we want to make through our philanthropy. Because, when we react to things, that lasts for 5 seconds, but the bottom line of the work that we are trying to do through the Center for Arab American Philanthropy is to make philanthropy a way of life. When Daisy was talking about the importance of the arts, the importance of education, the importance of research and health, and that's something that we can affect a great deal by being really strategic when it comes to our giving. And the name of the game is, how do we make that as part of our life and not only reacting when something bad happens? That's what I would like to talk about in the future.
So Amal, your nonprofit Children of War Foundation, that was number one that I was supposed to start with, and I went slightly rogue on it. But I think it does have some relevance. And of course, there's Children of War Foundation on the nonprofit, and then you have MedGeo on the for-profit. But for this session on the nonprofit, emergency response to me is when I come home and we've got kids from Afghanistan and we've got kids from the Middle East. I mean, our house is a small refugee camp. But they want to know about Children of War and what you just saw on that clip, what's going on in, obviously in Ukraine. These are recurring themes. So, and it doesn't seem like there's ever really been a solution, because I've got my own thoughts, which we could open up into, but it doesn't seem like a solution. But why don't you just tell everyone a little bit about Children of War and what that means to you, human to humane?
Sure. Can you hear me? Thank you for having me here. I'm really grateful to be around such giants in the philanthropic and humanitarian sector.
Put it closer.
But with Children of War, before I kind of dive into how it started, I want to make mention that everyone involved with the organization since 2010, myself, all of our doctors, educators, trainers, families, they have been involved not only by providing support through donations, but also providing that support through their expertise, their time, rolling up their sleeves, bringing their network in so that we're able to mobilize teams and get the work done. And that truly makes us kind of one of these grassroots organizations. And we feel like we are the minnows in the pond of philanthropists and donors and the big fancy corporate nonprofit organizations. And I've been, over the past 10 years, I've been asked by certain funders and university endowments and academic institutions to take the organization, to a more corporate or more institutionalized level. And I didn't want to do that because I felt like I could have more reach and more impact by being able to go out and do the work that we know needed to be done, and not by having to go out and chase where that new grant money was coming in, right? Or follow these trends that we all know we have to make impact with one program and then go off and chase the next pot of money to start another program, and keep hearing sustainability and sustainability, and that just, it won't happen if the way money is being delivered. I don't think sustainability will ever come out of that. And then to answer your question about Children of War, when I started Children of War, it wasn't my intention to go out and start a nonprofit. I had no nonprofit experience besides volunteering a few times, and this one opportunity, at a time where I was just coming out of a spinal cord injury, I was looking to get into volunteer work, and I had an opportunity presented to help save one boy's life who was a victim of a roadside bomb in Iraq. And he needed substantial surgery to save his life. And my husband, who is a pediatric plastic surgeon, was reached out to by a doctor in Iraq, asked for help, and then subsequently Jeff reached out to me and said, hey, do you think you can get this boy into Jordan and see if you can get him to the US? And I did. I said, yeah, let's do this. And I flew to Jordan, and then from Amman, I brought him to, from Baghdad to Amman, and I literally lobbied in front of the US Embassy for 3 days, begging them to give him a visa to come to the States so that he could get the care that he needed before he died. And that's essentially where Children of War started. The name Children of War was based off of this 9-year-old boy, Hashim, who's now 19 years old and in university in Turkey. And from that, just from that one boy, I felt really empowered, and I felt like I could offer something to so many other people that could utilize the network that I had, because at that time I couldn't support the organization financially, but what I could do was reach out to my network, reach out to doctors, hospital institutions, and everybody offered something that could help these children that were reaching out to us. And over the years, we went from one child to multiple children at a time, to mobilizing medical missions, and then morphing into bringing in education and training, and now during COVID, we've implemented a lot of remote type technology to train, to interact, to teach kids on the Syrian border data science with Women in Data Science in Stanford. We have a first of its kind high school remote education program in Jordan for refugees that would otherwise not have access to high school education. And like I said, it's just kind of morphed into this whole other entity, but our impact is substantial. And in part too, it's me not being controlling over it, but wanting just to stay true to why we started the organization, and taking what fell into our lap and continuing to do it for the same reason. And almost 12 years now, we've provided over 20,000 surgeries to kids all over the world. And if you look at our budgets and whatnot, you'll know that those monies and that funding wouldn't have even covered a quarter of the services that we provide, and that's really due to having partners and supporters, and being able to work with big institutions that have endowments that can support your overhead costs when you're shipping large medical equipment or mobilizing teams. And that's really, that's been key to what we've been able to do in the past 12 years. And I think I'm just gonna, I don't want to hog the stage from you, but I'll stop there.
Thank you. Charbel, you're the president of Specified Technologies, but you're also involved on the humanitarian side, and in the, from human to humane. Tom said something very interesting. You got to make money, right? If you're going to give money. And that's true. So how does that play for you in your life, in your corporation, in the profit world, and in the nonprofit world?
Thank you, Jeff. So it really all comes together in a nonprofit when you have a bit of a bit. Are we okay? Yeah. When we have a business experience as well as a plan for impact. Let me first start by saying that there's a point in your life, sometimes early, sometimes later, where the greatest pleasure comes from giving, not necessarily from getting. I think it's true for all of us. And to me, the greatest gift is education, because once you empower people, it makes all the difference in their lives. And we've talked a lot about many types of empowerment here, whether it's in business or in nonprofits. We know that there's a lot of money that goes into higher education. A lot of money goes into private schools in Lebanon, I went to the Jesuits, and there's a lot of money that goes there. But there's very little money that goes into lower education in the public sector and in the villages and all that. And so when we talk about equity, about justice, about wanting to give opportunity, it's really empty talk until we give kids an opportunity. And so Teach for Lebanon, which is part of the Teach for All organization that works in 60 countries, basically we do three things. We hire young college graduates, Lebanese kids from Lebanese universities, and we're very lucky that we have a great choice, because everybody's looking for a job in Lebanon. We pay reasonably well, and so we have about 1,500 applications, out of which we pick about 50 people. So we ensure quality. We train these young people, and we put them in schools in remote villages for a couple of years, where they're going to become not just a big brother and big sister, but also a teacher, a role model. And so you ask some of the kids in those villages, what's your goal in life? What do you want to do? And the first thing they tell you is, I want to be a taxi driver, because that's where you make the most money. Then I want to be, a mechanic, a butcher, whatever. This is what they've been exposed to. 6 months later, you ask them, what do you want to be? And they tell you, I want to be a teacher, I want to be an engineer, I want to be a business person, I want to be a doctor, because by now we've exposed them to a lot more. These are life-changing experiences. So we create jobs, well-paying jobs, and keep people in Lebanon who would otherwise have to expatriate themselves. It's a huge problem in Lebanon right now. I wish we could do a lot more. I would love to have 200 or 300 fellows teaching kids. We impact kids. So far, over the last 10 years, we've impacted about 40,000 kids. And 3, we create civic leaders who are young people who are really interested in Lebanon and making a difference. So this is one of the organizations I'm involved with. I'm also involved with another one called the Touch Foundation that works in Tanzania and now is expanding to other parts of Africa. And this is purely medical, where we train doctors and nurses, we help build hospitals, and we solve some complex problems with some very interesting solutions using technology. Maybe we'll talk about that later. So that's the bottom line of what.
I think what you said is critical. Jobs and education, and we'll open up. We've got about 23 minutes till we can get this, and maybe we'll save a few minutes for questions. But these are the people that are writing the checks. Here's your seed capitalists, your funds, your entrepreneurs, and they're writing checks to you guys to go provide, whether it's medical care, education. But the truth is, and I'll open this up to you guys, is I was talking to a neurosurgeon yesterday. Emil and I were talking to him, prominent neurosurgeon who's been in delivering humanitarian aid for 40 years. And he said, there's no such thing as sustainability. There isn't when you're going out to just provide emergency response and medical care, because of what you said. He said if it was up to him and he had the $1 million and he was in Haiti, that's where he was delivering the care, he said probably the best thing he could have done with that $1 million was start a tobacco farm so he could employ them so then they can build their own hospital. So, and that, that's coming from a surgeon who has, been doing it for 40 years over there, and he's right on point, is that, if you just go and you go knocking and these guys write you the check, when I say guys, male and female, of course, they write you the check for $2, $3, $4 million so you can provide A, B, and C. The truth is that that impact doesn't have, to use investor terms, that ROI, the return on investment, that multiplier effect. So we'll start with Tom and work it around. And I'm being critical because I want to provoke the conversation, because I'm telling you, yeah, it's not sustainable. You want me to write you a check? All right, here's your X amount of dollars, and okay, I'll get a tax break. That's what corporate America is thinking in the back of their head. I want to get this guy off my back, and great, give me some PR. How do you fight through that and keep doing what you need to do? Because listen, it needs to be done. There's no one going to help the kids in Lebanon internally at this point. There's no one that's going to help the Ukrainian kids, the Palestinian kids. It's got to come from our youth and from our development. So how do you fight that?
Hello? Okay, so that's a good question. You know, if you had been here earlier and you listened to the investors and the business guys, they were all talking about, you know, how do they invest in new startups? How do we, as a foundation, the Anthony Abraham Foundation, how do we invest in charities and organizations that we believe in? First thing, when they come to us and they ask us for money, I really look at the individuals or the heads of the organizations, and I look in their eyes and I listen to their voices, and I want to see, do they really have passion? Is this a job, or is this something they believe in? Do they have empathy? Do they communicate that to us, that they really care about what they're doing? And then after we review their deck, then I make it a point to actually go to the facilities and participate with the organization, walking around, talking to the kids, talking to the teachers, whatever the organization is, and understanding what their real needs are. And then if I have a sense that I can come back to our board and say, you know what, we should invest here, because they are truly an organization that believes in what they're doing. This is not a job. This is about empowering. This is about giving hope. It's about turning on a light bulb in a young child to believe that he has a future. And so when we go to these places, in these organizations, we actually interact with them and we find out who they are, how they act, and then we invest. And I don't say we donate, I use the word invest, like a fund. We're investing for the future of that organization to make sure that what they're doing will get the results they're looking for in empowering those young kids, or the hospitals, paraplegics, et cetera, et cetera. And then, me personally, I actually get involved with the organizations and keep a pretty close hand on as far as what they're doing. And I always say, I can write a check. There's a lot of organizations that can write a check. But what I want to bring to the table is that one little thought, that one little idea that they maybe have not even thought of, that is so simple that could change the course of their organization. And we've done that over and over and over because we are actively involved. And I think that's important. The investors that were talking earlier, they were talking about, you know, they're looking at the owner of that company. They're investing in him, and that's what we're doing. We're investing in the leaders of those organizations or those charities that really have the passion and the commitment to make a difference in people's lives. So that's how we deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, and that's exactly what I was thinking about. I'm glad you mentioned it. It's the same exact thing, right? You're looking at the person. Do I believe in that person? Do I believe in their vision? Will they get the job done?
Well, you know, there's people in this room that we've flown to their places in Lebanon. We spent a lot of time in Beirut, Detroit, you name it, the cities in the United States that we're involved in. Our foundation has two things. What we do is we invest in our local community heavily. We have a great board, education, medical, you name it. We're engaged. We believe in the environment. We're very engaged in that. And then Lebanon. You know, I go to Lebanon. I'll be there in March again to make sure that those organizations that we're supporting are doing the job that they say they're doing, and that they're making an impact on the individuals that they're helping.
I'm being given a signal in the back that we only have 3 minutes, so what we're going to do is just open it up. I hope they've intrigued you. All of them do remarkable work. Do we have any questions from the audience? No one. So then I'll ask.
I'd like to say one thing, and you know, I think that it's important that we're here for a reason. We're here for the love of Lebanon. We're here because TAKREEM and Ricardo, who I've spent time with him and been involved with his organization over the years, they're here to come to the United States to send a message. You know, after 9/11, I would believe every Arab American in this country had to go through hell and high water to get through the airport security, et cetera, and I know I was one of them. You know, in every minute that you turn on the TV, you see a guy with a mask on, waving a flag in Lebanon, and people are saying, that's Lebanon. And there was a young lady that was speaking earlier about marketing and changing the concept or the perception of Beirut. You know, that was the reason why I got so involved in supporting in every effort we could to change the image of what people perceive Lebanese are or Arabs are. And the TAKREEM Awards coming to the United States is a great tool for us to be able to stand up and to be able to say to the world that we have given a lot. Danny Thomas founded the most successful catastrophic children hospital in the world. He got together with a bunch of his Lebanese friends. My father was one of them. And now that's the greatest gift that they gave back, the Lebanese community has given back to America, St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. We can make a difference. And we need to stand up and step out of the box and don't worry about what people think and what they say, and are you wearing the right clothes, you got the right jewelry on, et cetera, et cetera. And you know, we got to be able to tell the world that enough is enough. And that we Lebanese in America and Arab Americans are going to stand up for what we believe in. We're going to show our faces. We're going to invest in hospitals, in schools, as we've been doing, all the entrepreneurs in the United States that nobody talks about. We need to stand up and be counted and not to be pushed to the back. You know, every time you turn on the TV, what do you see? The Greeks, how great they were. The Romans, how great they were. The Brits, how great they were. You know, Daisy made a mention about the Phoenicians. It's time that we tell our story. It's time that we stand up and really make a difference. We have to take our voice as the diaspora, and we have to let them know, our people back in Lebanon, that they have a choice. They don't have to continue to live the way they've been living for the last 40 years and accepting what they're accepting. The next generation wants nothing to do with our generation. They want change. We have to help them find the tools and what they need to make change. And the first step is what Daisy's doing with her film, Enough is Enough. I'm going to be in Lebanon. I'm sure a lot of other people going there to participate in helping make the change possible, one step at a time. It's not going to happen overnight. We cannot give up hope. We have to be the instruments. We have to say, enough, enough, enough is enough, okay? And we have to be strong and not give up hope. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Well, you have to love that, Ricardo, right? He went rogue. It was amazing. So I think we're out of time, right? I'm being given that signal that there's the thumbs up, but we let him go. We'll let him go all night if he wants. So that was passionate. I loved it. Thank you so much. And we'll see you guys at dinner.
Thank you so much for that empowering speech and that incredible panel. I learned a lot. Our next panel is Healthcare and Science, Geographic Disparities and Volunteerism. First, I'd like to invite the moderator on the stage. Our moderator is Dr. Tony Tanuri, and he is a chief of spine surgery at Boston Medical Center at Boston University. Welcome, Tony. And you can sit right at the end here. All right. And now for our panelists. Our first is Dr. Walid Al-Alami. He is an interventional cardiologist at Chesapeake and Washington Heart Care. Welcome. Our next is Dr. Zaid Adnan Dada, Director of Cardiac Electrophysiology at MedStar Health and Vascular Institute. Welcome. Our next panelist is Dr. Jeffrey Hamoudeh, a reconstructive plastic surgeon and associate professor of clinical surgery at Keck School of Medicine, USC. And finally, we have Dr. Dana Kuthaila, board-certified plastic surgeon. Welcome, panelists.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I don't know how can we do this session after this powerful speech. We'll do our best. So my name is Tony Tenori. I'm a spine surgeon coming from Boston. And on my way here, I was in the lobby of the hotel. And this lady asked me, here for school vacation week? I told her, no, actually, I'm coming for a meeting. He said, oh, what kind of meeting? And I said, meeting where a lot of science is merged with a lot of talent and a lot of hard work. And she said, who's going to be in that meeting? Like, are you doctors, ITs, whatever? I don't know. This is a bunch of schizophrenic people. They're schizophrenics because when they're here, they think they're Lebanese or Jordanians or Saudi or Kuwaiti, whatever. When we are in our own countries, we think we're Americans, and they look at us as Americans. So that's schizophrenia that we're going to be talking about today, and hopefully we can see if it's going to be a curse or a blessing for our region. My first question I would like to start is, over the last few years, there has been a lot of change in the healthcare system, and COVID made those changes going at light speed. So I'd like to start by Zaid, how did the COVID and over the last 10, 15 years so that the healthcare and technology merging, is it good, is it bad?
Yeah, thanks, Tony, very much, and thanks to Ricardo and the TAKREEM Foundation for this really terrific opportunity to get together and a very nice step forward for the mission that we just heard so passionately expressed. Simple comments about the COVID epidemic. We've all experienced it in different ways, and from a healthcare perspective, if the question is, what has it done? Well, it was sort of a sudden change for us, something that we were unprepared for as healthcare providers, as healthcare consumers, as simple citizens, family members, et cetera. Healthcare perspective, what it made us realize is how fragile a lot of what we took for granted. What had been a typical day's work was flipped on its head. The simple routine that we had as physicians or caregivers in healthcare settings was shaken very, very quickly. It was also, like anything else, an opportunity to change, to keep up with what we were facing. I think all of us have experienced the sudden shift from, for instance, in-person medicine to telemedicine and lots of other technologic needs that were met quite quickly. But the one thing that I found personally very gratifying was that as difficult as the experience was, it was an opportunity really for caregivers, physicians, nurses, professionals in the healthcare setting to be at their best. People who might not otherwise have stepped up to help their brethren, their patients, their family members, really did a great personal sacrifice at a time when people didn't even know if they were going to come back from work alive or well. I think every doctor, healthcare provider has stories of putting their wills in their houses in front of their kids because they didn't know what was going to happen. So it was really an opportunity for those values that I think drew us to healthcare or healthcare provision to shine.
Hello? Yeah. Jeff, in our hospital, 40% of the ICU nurses checked out. They retired. It's burnout. These, like in your practice, do you think the telemedicine and the COVID, can we surmount that?
Musical microphones. There you go, buddy. Look at, your question is loaded. In that COVID took the medical community by surprise and showed us that we had a fragile system, but it was resilient. Yeah, we had a lot of nurses that went out. I'm full-time at USC, a pediatric hospital. Our ICUs were full of surgery cases and COVID cases, and our manpower, woman power, our nursing staff did go down, but we were resilient in that. And then on the telehealth medicine, we looked at it as an opportunity to make the system better, right? And you could always look at all these, we talked about failures before. You could look at the failure of wherever the virus came from, whatever it was, a system from a bat or from a lab, whatever it is, it was a failure in the system. You could take that and say, oh God, we don't have nurses, we don't have hospitals, the world's gonna end, or you make it better. And so we went and, on the startup side, so I took off my hospital hat and put the other hat on. On the startup side, we said, how do we fix the problem? Not just fix it, but make it better and make it accessible, not just in low resource and high resource. So high resource here in the United States, but also how do I do it in where I was born, in the Palestinian territories, in the Syrian border, right? With Jordan and Lebanon. And so we went and developed from ground up. We were fortunate, we got the company up and going. We were fortunate to develop a telehealth system geared specifically for the healthcare provider. We all know that every healthcare provider sits there and is typing in a note and spending all their time on Epic and Cerner or whatever system you're using. That system wasn't put there to make the patient's life better. It was put there to make a bottom line better for the hospital. It has nothing to do with providing good health care. Healthcare was better off when we were handwriting it from providing medical care. Now you spend all your time on the computer. So we formed a company and said, we got this problem, we're gonna fix the problem. So we built a telehealth wearable system designed specifically for telehealth. And without disclosing everything, it's better than Google Glass 1, 2, Vuzix, all these things that are out there. This thing's made for healthcare to make the provider's job better, provide better care for the patient, and to teach the surgeon in Lebanon, in the West Bank, to be able to do the same operation that I'm doing, provide the same care by virtually, not just with a computer or a screen, but with a heads-up display virtual reality component. And so we looked at that challenge and that quote-unquote failure as an opportunity to build something big and strong.
That's what I was hinting to. So for all the entrepreneurs out there, and if you want to invest in a market, invest where there's a lot of demand and very few solutions, and that's what COVID did. Now we're shortly understaffed, significantly understaffed in every healthcare field in America. We all have the same common thing, that we all left our countries, came to the dreamland, the USA, and to work hard, right? But I want to touch with Waleed. Waleed, you have a special experience, which is probably a little bit more telling than ours. I read your paper, the article at the Al-Afkar. Could you please elaborate a little bit about your experience, that schizophrenia we talked about before?
First, I want to thank the audience.
Can you? Let's play that again. Let's play. Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay. So again, I want to thank the audience, my esteemed panelists, and TAKREEM for giving us this opportunity. And I had to write a few notes so I can get my message across. Basically, we had agreed to talk about the future, right?
Yes.
but we're stuck in our present, especially in Lebanon, and we're paying the price of the past. So that's what I'm afraid is going on. And where's Dr. Khalid, or PhD Khalid? He was talking about the glass half empty. So when I left Lebanon a month ago, that was my second exodus in 40 years. Had a big hole on the bottom. So that's where we are right now. And that pertains to the whole situation in Lebanon, and especially the healthcare system. And I was thinking, you know, we were going to talk about how to bridge, you know, our experiences in the United States and build that bridge over to, I'm going to talk about Lebanon and Palestinian camps only because I have no experience in other parts of our country, but to build that bridge, we need a foundation, we need an infrastructure. Whatever we're going to do, we're going to talk about it, that bridge is going to collapse, I assure you that. It's going to collapse because we don't have anyone on the receiving end to deliver that, to receive that bridge. I was thinking too, I was saying to myself, wouldn't it be nice to be living and discussing the 8th to the 14th century of the Arab and Muslim world? Sadly, we are in our darkest era and ours. We still have and will continue to have amazing females and males in the forefront, but we have become exported commodities. Okay? And I've experienced that firsthand.
Will always be commodities.
Yeah, but exported though. Okay, so when I went back to Lebanon after a practice of 26 years in the U.S., I went back and spent 9 years in Lebanon, and that was a big disappointment. And that's where I met Daisy, and we were involved in the film together, and that's where we vented throughout. I'm not going to echo Tom's sentiments again because I can't take my shirt off. I'm pretty hairy. Okay, so I'm not going to do that. Also, sorry, I've been digressing, but this is very important. In our part of the world, history has taught us not to learn from history. Again, history has taught us not to learn from history. And also what I've learned in Lebanon in the past 9 years is that a state that cannot collect its garbage, okay, and we have not been able to do that, and exercises, okay, I need to emphasize exercises, domestic ethnic cleansing. It's called domestic ethnic cleansing against its citizens, especially the healthcare providers and educators, is basically a failed state, okay? So we are on the brinks of collapse, and this is where we have to all chip in one way or another and be entrepreneurs on how to build the foundation so that that bridge can cross over. So this is my 2 cents.
Rana, what were your challenges coming? I mean, you're coming from a different background, Saudi Arabia. Hello? Hello?
Yes, it works.
You did not have, hello? You did not have the issues that a lot of Middle Eastern countries do, Lebanon, Palestine, recently Syria. So you come from a different part of the Middle East where war was not an issue, maybe money or financial was not an issue, but you came here. What were your challenges?
Well, being on this panel, it was all male. I thought, you know, if we're talking about disparity, you might as well have a female on there on the panel. And then the reason why it's gender disparity. And this was the Saudi Arabia before 5 years ago. So I became a plastic surgeon after doing 5 years of plastic surgery in Canada. I did 2 years of fellowships, microsurgical fellowship. And then I went back, and also an aesthetic fellowship. And I went back to work at the best hospital in Riyadh, which was the Reconstructive Cancer Oncological Hospital. And that's where I wanted to use my expertise. The obstacles were managerial. There are a lot of brilliant people out there. But I think organizing and you know, just based on what was said before, I felt that I was really not doing anything. All the expertise, all the tears and years of my hard work, I just sat there in not even an office. It was shared with many other people. And I felt like I just needed to get off this train because I wasn't going anywhere. It was basically, I got off, I said I'm gonna take a year off, and came to Canada. And that's when I decided to just do it for myself. I thought I was being taken care of in a way. You're given the money, you come back and you work. And during that year, that's when I wanted to do, I really love being a doctor and caring for patients. And you can have all the money in the world, but if you don't get to operate, what are you going to do? So I decided to move back to Canada, and I got my privileges within 48 hours. And this is how easy this was, because I was already licensed. It was easy. I was helping. And then, of course, I decided to come to New York, because New York is a city that inspires me. I know this is very personal. It's a crazy city, but it inspired me to do more. And I didn't want any obstacles in my way. But this came at a very heavy cost of obstacles. But that was the reason I left Saudi.
Hey, if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere, right? So I think there's in you a lot more than a doctor. I think there's some little entrepreneur in you, if I have to guess.
I did confide in you, so that you have some
all
inside
right,
information.
All right. So we all have some ideas and projects, and some maybe we think this is a disruptive ideas and startups. And I was felt in my fellowship, which is the last year of training we do in medical training, and that's when Johnson & Johnson came and bought my first 3 patents. And I thought I hit the jackpot. I thought this is a dream come true. And now I realize that I could have done a lot better with that if I had enough guidance and I did know what I was doing. So I'd like from you quickly, in less than 1 minute, you need to give us advice for everyone who has an idea here, where to start. So 1 minute, particularly Jeff, okay? No more than 1 minute.
I hear that.
So one advice. You don't have to give 5 advice, because I want one advice from each person. You have an idea, startup, invention, patent, IP.
Yeah, I get it.
And you want to start.
You're taking away from my minute.
So where do you? No, the clock didn't start yet. So where do you start?
Don't listen to others. Yeah, you know, everyone, especially in LA, everyone's a genius. Everyone's got their idea and this and that, and everyone will poo-poo whatever it is. If there's a will and you have a drive and a motivation, you'll make it happen. Spend time with your family and your kids. That's probably that's probably more important. Stay grounded. You know, self-deprecate. Don't think you're the greatest thing walking around in La La Land. You do that, you're going to be fine.
Dana.
I actually would like to ask you.
Do you consult with the lawyer and a friend?
Exactly. What are the steps, the exact steps to start a startup? Because I've been there and I tried to do it over many months. No one would answer my call. I mean, I wasn't forthright with information, but I just wanted someone to pick up the phone to ask, and maybe I was asking the wrong people.
I mean, the problem, and I've said this over and over again, doctors are super bright, they're super smart, they got the greatest education, we got great ideas, we fail to execute at so many levels. Someone earlier said, don't send me an email when you have nothing, when I've got nothing to contribute. I can't remember who it was, but he's spot on. You know, everyone's on LinkedIn and sends out all these things. You got to be strategic about it and build your core. It goes back to the people, build your core, and listen, you're smarter, and I know this. I'm surrounded by all these smart people. We're smarter than most of the people in the industry that are building the stuff that costs 10 times more than what you're getting paid. And then what they do is, listen, Doc, I want you to team up with us, and here's your 3%, because they're taking advantage of you. So don't let them take advantage of you. Find your core, stay to the kernel, and you stick with it. Someone will, and if not, I'll send it to me. I'll look at it.
Zaid, one advice.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. I'm near a spine. I'm near a spine surgeon. I feel very good about this.
A spine surgery here.
I don't know that I'm in a good position to talk about the exact steps to be entrepreneurial, but what I wanted to just say is one tiny little thing just from experience and kind of blending this concept of disparity and our previous concept of human, our transition from human to humane, which is really the fundamental theme, I think, of what we're all here to do. If being human is to consume, perhaps, being humane is to contribute. So if we can just show up every day to do whatever we do, whether at home, at work, and change that disparity from consumers to contributors and flip it more on the contributor side, I think we'll be very, very happy and very, very, very uplifted and able to infect and infuse those around us with the same concept.
But you have not answered me the question. None of you is, if I'm getting. So you have an idea, you have an IP, you want to build something, and then can you give us advice? What would you do first? Do you go to your wife? Do you go to your lawyer? Do you go to your neighbor who has some money? Do you go to your parents who have money? How do you start?
You go to your garage and you build it.
All right, so I like the garage idea. Okay. Okay, so I think we're getting, so let's move on to the next. All right, so we are here for philanthropy, right? Philanthropy is a state of mind, but volunteerism is really acquired talent, and you can work on that. But philanthropy is a state of mind. Some people who make $10, and they give 5 of them out. And I disagree. I agree partially that you have to make money to give money, no, but it's a lot more than that. So how can we work our philanthropy toward the Middle East, our volunteerism, and without putting our first interest, self-centered interest first, but make it happen in the Middle East? Anybody has an experience in that? Dana?
During my residency, I was part of Operation Rainbow that went to the Palestinian camps in Beirut. Unfortunately, we don't see anything like this in the Middle East. So I was the first Arab Saudi to actually arrive there and help them out because it was for cleft lip and burn injuries. And it was because of the dire situation they were in. Now, it does sadden me that we don't have these organizations. I know we have like huge organizations, but we don't have the link where people can easily find this online. I mean, we have individuals who want to do more and big organizations, and it's daunting. What if they can only, donate, their time and they don't have the money? So I think finding these links or the connecting them with the right people, and I think this is what you do, Waleed, right? So, and having that information available to them, that's key, because it was really sad.
Go ahead.
The problem that we face in Lebanon in general and the Palestinian camps specifically is the issue of corruption, sadly enough. And there's no reliable person or entity on the receiving end to manage the funds as they should. That's one problem that's still ongoing. The NGOs also, there's a lot of shady NGOs, so we don't know where the money was going. Contribute money or send volunteers, because our diseases are chronic diseases. You can't just go and say, okay, I'm going to take care of this asthmatic person, but he's going to have another exacerbation. Same thing, we were able, when I presided over the Healthcare Society for Palestinian refugee camps, we were able, through philanthropy, to establish 2 dialysis camps. It's been sustainable, but we've had a lot of issues in the past 2 years, because due to the COVID and due to the economic situation in Lebanon, people are not contributing anymore. So there's a lot of issues to be dealt with. I mean, it's easily said than done.
We need to wrap it up, but we started a International Musculoskeletal Society, which is only educates. We don't give money, but we only educate. We don't operate on patients in the Middle East, and that's by design, because we don't want to look at as a turf, because people look at us, we're coming down to do our business down there, and still after 12 years, we still be looked at what you guys coming doing here. It's just totally non-profit 501(c). So there's just a lot of turf issues that we have to deal with in the Middle East. So I'd like to finish by one thing, is that Charlie Malik, he said something very beautiful and very true. He said nothing hurts more, nothing aches the heart of the immigrant. I'm sorry. He said no success can erase the hurt in the heart of the immigrant. So we all come here and then work hard, and we have our houses, we have our cars, we have our future, we have our healthcare and everything, but we're still aching. And for some reason, we can never get over that. So I want to thank TAKREEM and the likes of TAKREEM, which hopefully what they're doing is taking us from immigrants to the citizens of the world. I want to thank you all.
Thank you so much for that incredibly inspiring panel. All right, our next speaker is actually not a panel, but a keynote speaker. Her name is Dr. Rena El-Jbouri. Welcome, Rena. This keynote speech is entitled Elevate to Better Contribute, the Role of Arabs in Shaping the Global Healthcare and Research Landscape. Please give a warm welcome to Ms. Rena El-Jbouri.
Hi, everybody. It's so nice to be here and amongst incredible talent. So thank you. Thank you for giving me a couple of minutes to take from your time to talk a little bit about the history of global healthcare and research as according to the Arabs. I want to tell a little story about my third grade science class. We had a school unit on great scientists of the world. We heard about Isaac Newton, Albert Einstein. We learned about Aristotle, Pasteur, Fleming, surely all great scientists. I remember coming home that day and thinking, oh, there must be no great scientists from the part of the world that I come from. In fact, maybe Arabs can't be great scientists. That night at dinner, I had the misfortune of sharing this epiphany with my parents. I can probably still imagine seeing the tips of my dad's ears turn red, but also the good fortune of being corrected for life. You see, what I didn't realize is that my father had come to the United States because he was a great scientist and the only toxicologist and urologist at the time studying the impact of mercury poisoning on fertility after the first recorded mercury poisoning outbreak happened in Iraq in the early 1970s. But that's not what my father shared with me that night. Instead, he told me very firmly, don't ever forget your past, but never let it dictate your future. I wasn't quite sure what that meant, but nevertheless, there began my journey as an Arab American. Everyone here today has their own story, but what we share is a collective past of innovators and change makers from the same region that shall help to shape the world as we know it today. We witnessed with COVID how East and West came together to solve a global pandemic through vaccination. But did you know that we have actually been doing that since the start of vaccination? Let me tell you another story of how the world came to know the first vaccine. Of course, part of this story starts with a concerned mother, as most good stories do. Lady Mary Montagu was the wife of an English ambassador in Istanbul in 1716, so roughly 300 years ago. She became very interested in something the Turks called ashi. Ashi engrafted a small dose of the disease into humans in a way that would give mild symptoms and then it would protect against more major disease. This was a practice that had been passed down from tribal Turks for a very, very long time. Lady Montagu studied the process so intensely that she had her son inoculated against the virus along with many other family members using this tribal mechanism. She also wrote about it in detail and sent these letters to England. When she returned to England, she continued to champion the idea, and she was met with a great deal of resistance from her church, from physicians, from her community. Now we know the origin of anti-vaxxers as well. But she was relentless in her campaign. The game changer happened in 1724, when Dr. Emmanuel Timony, the Montagu family physician, submitted to the Royal Society a scientific description of the inoculation process as practiced by the Turks. The Royal Society also received a detailed account from Qasim Agha, the ambassador from Tripoli to the court of St. James, saying that Arabs have been practicing inoculation for as long as history could remember. Agha, as a child, was taken by his father along with his 5 brothers and 3 sisters to the house of a girl that was sick with smallpox. He said that when the smallpox pustules reached full maturity, the surgeon makes an incision between the thumb and the forefinger and puts a little of the secretion into the wound. The hand is wrapped in a handkerchief, and they wait for a few days, a few pox marks, and this passes within days, and the person is fully inoculated against smallpox. And apparently, this is how the process has worked amongst Arab families. He claimed that out of 100 persons inoculated, a maximum of 2 died, whereas out of 100 people that got the virus naturally, 30 died. He wrote that the practice was so ancient and common in the kingdoms of Tripoli, Tunis, and Algiers that no one actually remembers when this practice first started. It was practiced, he said, by both city Arabs and what he referred to as wild Arabs. Baghdad and Palestine tell a similar story. They popped a pustule, dipped a thorn, and the ooze puncture, and then a healthy individual was punctured with that thorn. All these stories and practices in the region come to conclude that inoculation was invented by the Arabs at some unknown time around 1550, so about nearly 500 years ago, and spread along the trade routes through Africa, Turkey, the Middle East, and into some parts of India. Then in 1796, Edward Jenner, a family doctor from Gloucestershire who was very aware of the writings of the Royal Society, found that cowpox virus found in cows could protect humans against smallpox and started the first vaccination clinic using the same method of the Arabs. With the word vaccine coming from the Latin word for cow, vacca, Jenner became known as the father of vaccination. And the rest, as we say, is history. My story is not meant to discredit Jenner's important work, his status as the father of vaccination, or to correct history. On the contrary, we should not construct everything around a false East-West binary. And that's my point. My story is meant to show that actually, only when the East and West collaborated and respected each other's practices, their research, their shared knowledge, did the global cure for smallpox come about. It took me 40 years to understand what my father meant when he said, "Don't forget your past, but never let it dictate your future." What he meant by this is that we come from an incredible history, and we should be proud of that history. But there is a reason why our eyes are in the front of our heads and not in the back. So we stay forward-thinking, forward-inventing, and forward-building. It's not enough to come from greatness if you cannot continue to innovate that greatness. It also speaks to the power of community. Today, we come together as a community of scientists, philanthropists, artists, entrepreneurs, within a shared diaspora. As individuals, we are remarkable. But as communities, we are unstoppable. So thank you very much.
I love that. Never forget your past, but don't let it dictate your future. Powerful words. Our next keynote speaker is Dr. Francois Nader. Welcome, Dr. Francois. Dr. Francois Nader is going to speak to us today about facing the pandemic, creating change where it counts. Welcome. Come on up. He's the chairman of the board at Talaris Therapeutics and Benevolent AI, and he'll be speaking to us today more on this. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here, actually. There is a wonderful lunch out there, and the fact that you're here is just great. Ricardo and the team, thank you for the invitation. It's a miracle to organize a meeting like this. So, and you succeeded, so great job to you and the team. Now, Rida was talking about 1550, and my job here is to take you from 1550, which was a superb story, I did not know that, to a couple of years ago. And a couple of years ago, you might remember something emerged called the COVID vaccine, the COVID virus first, right? There is a connection between the past and the present, and there is a connection between the present and the future. So, by show of hands, who got the Pfizer vaccine? All right, we need to talk, guys. Who got the Moderna vaccine? Great, great answer. But here is the story. It's the story of immigration. Because what we call the Pfizer vaccine is not actually the Pfizer vaccine. It's the BioNTech vaccine that was licensed to Pfizer. So why this is important? Because BioNTech was a no-name company in Germany, founded by a husband and a wife from Turkish origin. And they were immigrants. So they immigrated from Turkey to Germany and came up with this technology called the mRNA. In parallel, completely unrelated, a Lebanese Armenian immigrated from Lebanon to Canada to the US, and then about 10 years ago, founded a company called Moderna, Nubar Afeyan, Lebanese Armenian. So when you think of it, the fact that we're here and healthy today, despite the virus, is because of a bunch of immigrants who saw the future and decided to invest their time and their effort doing that. Now, I'll give you a little bit of the story behind the story. Moderna was a no-name company, frankly. I don't think anyone knew this name a couple of years ago. And yet it has been in existence for 10 years. I had the pleasure of joining the board just before the virus hit. And it was an interesting challenge because the company was not prepared at all to meet the challenge. And we spent quite a bit of time with the board thinking and discussing with management whether or not we can embark on this journey without, frankly, bankrupting the company. And then we created a small committee to oversee the development and the distribution of COVID vaccine. And once again, think about that. The Moderna committee that was in an oversight role included 3 people: a Lebanese Armenian, a Lebanese, and the third one was Monsef Slawi, a Moroccan. So again, the MENA region was in the lead. What you might not know is when we sit around the board table at Moderna, management and board, and we have our meetings, there are 5 Lebanese sitting around the table. 5. Okay? So it's interesting because talking about the future and talking about the challenges, I was reminded that literally 2 days ago to the day, this was February 24th, 2020, which appears like a century ago. It was the first time where the first doses of vaccines were shipped from our manufacturing plant to the NIH. And a couple of weeks later, the first individual human being got the vaccine. So 2 years ago. And as we say, the rest is history. So if we look at what the world has accomplished over the last 2 years, it's absolutely remarkable. So let me give you a few numbers. 10 billion doses of vaccine were given so far. 10 billion, which means that about 5 billion people are vaccinated, which is about 64% of the total world population. Starting from scratch, this vaccine did not exist 2 years ago. It did not. Here in the US, we distributed about 500 million doses. So let me put this into perspective. It means that every single day, today included, today, 180,000 doses will be distributed today. So 180,000 people today will get the vaccine. Unheard of in the history of humanity. So how did we get there in a record time? It's because of research, because of the private enterprise, because of the commitment of governance. Now, can you guess which country has the highest rate of vaccination in the world? Country number one. Absolutely wrong. That's wrong, because it's funny how media and communication play a role. It's the United Arab Emirates, 99% of the population, so they're number one. What's the rank of the US? Give me a number. Yeah, so funny enough, the US is number 63 on the list, okay? It's not in the first 10, it's number 63 on the list. I would not, and we have about 65% of the population that is vaccinated. I will not even ask you about Lebanon. It's very sad because I went down the list and could not find it. We have about 30% of the people vaccinated in Lebanon. And it's very sad because frankly, we could have done it differently, and I will get to this in a minute. So what are the lesson learned? What we learned very quickly is pandemics are like earthquakes and like hurricanes. It's not if they will happen, it's when they will happen. At the same time, when the pandemic hits, that's really the last time you have to think about, well, let's design a plan. Too late. You know, plans have been put in place, and it's only the time for flawless executions. And when you mentioned the countries that have the highest rate of vaccination, it's not because they're smarter, simply because they were prepared. And readiness is extremely important. The second biggest challenge that we faced during the last 2 years, believe it or not, was not the virus. This we know how to deal with. And we have a vaccine that works. What we had to deal with was this absolute unique collision between public health imperative, taking care of people, for heaven's sake, at the same time the partisan politics and media and communication, or miscommunication, or discommunication. You know, this is what we had to fight. And this was a unique situation because in those tough times, usually people get together. We did not, for the most part. Now, we also learned that we can make things happen. Moderna was absolutely not prepared. It's a small biotech company. I mean, it's not to take on this challenge. The way we were able to do it is frankly because the US government said, you develop the vaccine, we'll prepay the doses, and if it works, fine. If it doesn't work, fine. What you don't know, what happens behind the scene, is, to their credit, the administration put multiple bets. And they bought huge quantities of vaccine from 5 or 6 different producers. Why? Because we did not know who will win or who will succeed. So they put the bets. Turns out that it was the smart thing to do. It could not have been done without this commitment. Now, we talked about philanthropy quite a bit today, and that's the theme of TAKREEM. My lesson learned from a philanthropy, and many of you are involved in philanthropy, is what can we do differently? So what we can do differently is the following. When you go to buy a car, whether new or used, you make sure that it has tires on and it has some fuel in the tank. Sounds obvious, right? I mean, you will never buy a car that doesn't have tires on. Yet, that's exactly the situation we faced with the COVID vaccine. Let me explain. We received tons of funds to buy the vaccine, which was totally great. However, those countries, those entities, those organizations who could not afford to buy the vaccine could not afford to distribute the vaccine and to get it to the people who need it. And unfortunately today, we have millions and millions and millions of doses of vaccine that are slowly but surely expiring in warehouses, not because they're not there, it's because there was no system, there was no structure to get them from point A to point B. So please, when you think about philanthropy, when you think of giving, just think of making sure that whatever you contribute to is actually getting to the people who need it, okay? And I'm looking at you, Manal. You know exactly what I'm talking about. So that's extremely important. And whether it can be built, supported, or funded, but this is where the need is. The second is first come, first serve. I'm asked very often, why is it that Lebanon did not get its vaccine in time? Well, because they did not ask. Let me repeat this. They did not ask. One thing that was obvious during the pandemic is money was available, supply was not. And when you combine A and B, it means first come, first serve. And there was no preferential treatment whatsoever, contrary to what you might treat. It was, we have a finite supply, and frankly, those who called us first got it. And what was very sad during the last 2 years is the fact that I don't know how many donors called me and say, we have the money, get us the vaccine. And fortunately, the supply was not there anymore. So with that in mind, hopefully, and frankly, I'm very optimistic that we're turning this page because the pandemic is slowly transitioning to an endemic state. So it will not be behind us yet. So continue to be careful, but I think the worst is over. I'd like simply to leave you with one thought, and I was reminded of it by the previous panel, and this is my thought and my request, is when your path will cross someone who take care or who took care of COVID patients, whether it's a physician, whether it's a nurse, whether it's an EMT person, whether it's the janitor who made sure that the emergency room was clean, just remember to say thank you. That's all they need. Thank you. Because let's remember and let's not be forgotten that they put their life on the line for us. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank those in service who are helping us to stay alive. Now I'm going to introduce track 3. Now, as you know, there is food outside. You can come and get it as you wish and come back and listen, but we are going to keep moving forward. Track 3 is about women leadership. It is moderated by Khaled Janahi. We know him. We've already met him. He's fabulous. He's coming back. And our panelists are Alice Fakir. Come on up. Alice Fakir is the Vice President at Booz Allen Hamilton for Cybersecurity. Our next panelist is Jumana Jaber. She is a media manager at Evergreen Trading Media. Next, we have Dr. Dana Guthaila, who we met previously, and we will hear more from her in this panel. And that is our panelists, so welcome panelists. 3, women leadership. Super exciting. So before we get started, we're going to watch a quick video from the moderator and panelist who's supposed to be here today but couldn't, Nadia Bilbasi, who I have had the honor of meeting and just learning so much from. We're both DC-based journalists. I have moved on. I'm now in Indiana, but it was such an honor to meet and learn from her. So she will be saying a few words.
Hi, Nadia. Thank you so much for being with us. It is very unfortunate that you were not able to join TAKminds in person due to all what is happening in Ukraine today. I think that this is only one aspect of a reporter's life. Yet we were very eager to have you with us, even if it is remotely. Since this panel is going to be talking about women in leadership roles and the main obstacles that they face as they reach for a leadership role in their different careers, it is only convenient for you to be with us today, specifically taking under consideration everything happening in Ukraine, to talk to us about a woman's life as a reporter and the main obstacle that she faces in her career. So thank you for being with us, and I'll let you do the talking now.
Thank you, Reem, and thanks to TAKREEM, and thanks to Ricardo for inviting me. I apologize deeply for not being able to join you in person. I've been on air for 18 hours since the crisis started, and it's been a tough time, you know. But it's the type of, it's the life of a reporter, as you said, and it is something that comes with the job. The challenges that we face in general as reporters, the deadline, the stress, the access to information. It's always been so many aspects into our work that put us really into focus into how we can go forward doing a public service. Now, being a woman reporter, it adds a dimension into it. It makes it harder. Being a woman and a mother reporter make it even harder. So being a mother and a woman and a single mother, it's triple hard. So for me, you know, I take it with a stride, and I take it with actually with pride, because you know, you throw yourself into the deep end and you have to perform. Working for TV is even harder because you have to look good all the time. It's not just you have children you have to care for. It's not just the editors who are demanding, but also you're not a print reporter. And you don't work alone. You work with a team. When you reach leadership, you run an office. You have to deal with male colleagues. You have to deal with camera crews, with technicians, with people who have conflicts. They have egos. They have all kinds of things. And you always have to keep the peace and the balance in the office. So there's so many things we can talk about, but I think being a woman and being a reporter, it is something of a unique, it gives you a unique perspective into life. Because women by nature, they are multitaskers. You can do so many things. I mean, I give you an example. Sometimes I'm at home, I'm taking my trash out because it's the day for recollection, and I'm listening to the news, and my office calling and said there is a breaking news. I have to do all of these things kind of instantly, and focus, which is very, very important thing. Sometimes male colleagues don't have this because they wake up in the morning, everything is done for them. Most of them. Some of them they have a different perspectives, but most of them, things are done for them really. So all they have to do is to focus on the information, to look good on TV, and that's it. For us, it's harder. But you know, that's a challenge that is imposed on us, and we have to take it. I mean, I live in the most industrialized country in the entire world, the United States, and women still getting paid less than men, for example. So equality is something that we fight for. It's just like freedom. It's not granted. It is something you really, day in and day out, you have to prove yourself.
Thank you so much for your time, for taking a few minutes of the air to be with me now. And I hope that during the next editions, you will be able to join us personally.
She's truly an inspiration. Now, for our first panel, we have Women in Leadership Roles and Transcending Boundaries. Our moderator is, we're back again, with Khaled Janahi. Come on up. Hello. All right, our next panelist is Alice Fakir. She's the Vice President at Booz Allen Hamilton. Next we have Jumana Jabir. She is our Media Manager at Evergreen Trading Media. She's our expert here on that today. We have back on our panel Dr. Dana Khuteila. And that is our panel for this interesting chat. And we'll be back.
Thank you. Is it working? It is working. Thank you very much for that introduction. And unfortunately, she's not with us, but we heard her words. But we have the three of you here. I'm not going to introduce you because I think I don't want to waste valuable time that the three of you are here. Just the first question I will throw at you, okay, is we have so many young people, women and guys, watching this. Now, you are here. How did you make it here? You didn't make it here by just coming, being dropped. You made it by hard work. You made it by doing and being inspired, being empowered. How did you make it here? Let's start with you, Alice.
Thank you. I would start by thanking my parents, like anyone does, for enabling the opportunities without having gender bias in our family. So I'm one of 3 other sisters and 2 sons, and we all had the same rules in the house. And so I took on a path in engineering, which is a male-dominated environment, and leading up into defense types of consulting, also very male-oriented environment. I found myself in a place where I was working often behind the scenes. And at some point, there was probably a flashpoint that required a deeper level of understanding and intelligence. And I always felt as a female, I had to work 10 times harder than my male colleagues, and I had to figure out how to be felt, not heard. And so I focused more on my homework and being prepared than on building those networks and the relationships. And I think there's a piece of advice that comes in here later. But ultimately, there was a war that broke out, and we were losing a lot of American lives. And there wasn't enough time to brief up my colleagues or my superiors. And so I was called into a room at the Pentagon to provide some insight and some recommendations on a course of action in order to deal with some of these losses. And so I think that was a pivotal moment for me, where there was an opportunity that was presented that I really had no control over other than being prepared for that moment.
So, come on.
I thought I heard myself.
It's working.
It's working. I grew up with a working mother. My mother came to America with 5 kids and a suitcase full of dreams, and I saw her wake up in the morning to catch a bus to work the factories in New York and come home and put dinner on the table. But my mother's journey was not because she was ambitious. She had to work because we needed the money. So I grew up watching that, and I wanted to work, but didn't want to work for the money. I wanted to work and have a career and I wanted to build a family, of course, and I wanted to have everything we were prepared as women, as young girls, to have as we got older and became women. But I wanted more. I wanted to do all of this, because being a woman is a remarkable thing. We use our vessels to bear children, and I wanted to stand up and say, I should be able and I should be allowed as a woman to have a career and to have personal fulfillment, because the other fulfillment that society puts upon us, that train us as young girls, it's universal. I wanted to go more towards my own personal fulfillment.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank my parents because they instilled in me and my brothers and sisters and what you can accomplish. If you can work hard, you can accomplish it. And there was no gender disparity in that upbringing at all. I used what I was taught at home, outside of the house, to work hard, and they gave us those principles, and they also showed us the world, and they also showed us what can happen around us and how to become independent. And that was my dad's first advice, is just become independent. And it's very crucial in a country where a woman is seen as someone who is added into a family where you're expected to do certain things. You're supposed to be a wife before you have your own career or your own life or your own choices. So that's what propelled me to just be and actually work for what I want.
Well said. Actually, let me carry on with you. As you said, you come from Saudi. Okay, Saudi now is opening up socially. Okay. As we see, and women are becoming sort of a prominent model for the country, saying let's forget the driving, but everything else, they've been put into the right position and been empowered. Why didn't you go back? With your experience, with your success, you would be a fantastic asset from their perspective.
I mean, I haven't been back in a while. I have a young son and the pandemic and, my family visits, but that wasn't the case for me. And I just, again, we're not talking about the past. We should just kind of move forward. And it's admirable what they're doing, and I'm on board. But sometimes timing is everything. I was ready when the country wasn't ready, and I couldn't wait for them to catch up. When I was ready to become independent, to have my own office, to do my, what I practiced, I wanted to actually, operate. And so those were certain obstacles that I just couldn't wait for them to catch up with what I wanted to do. But now the opportunities are endless, and I congratulate them for that.
Well said. Jumana, you were saying earlier that you don't believe in women liberation, you believe in women rights. And those are your words. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, women liberation is vague. It's a big subject that we can spend our entire lifetime trying to dissect into it, because different countries and different cultures have a different understanding of women liberation. I like to focus more on women's rights as a human being, and that's how I want to be viewed. I don't want, yes, I love being a woman, and I love being feminine at the same time. I don't want me going out in the workplace and seeking higher, positions, or my success should not take away from my womanhood. I do want to be an executive by day, and I want to be a domestic engineer by night.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Do you have any input into that? Do you agree? Do you agree with Jumana on that?
That was fine, Doctor.
Oh, the question about liberation,
Yes.
and well, as a follow-up, I'm for women liberation because they're not liberated everywhere. So I think if we are fortunate enough to be in this country and to think we are liberated, not completely, I think there are more things we could do, definitely. And if we're completely fulfilled here, we should move on to the next area where women are not given their rights. That is to fulfill, women's rights and liberation everywhere. So yeah, I don't think we're there yet, but it's a process.
I think there's a work-family narrative that plays into this, and I think that the idea that women are meant to be mothers and less apt
speak up for themselves is a challenge, because women are more likely, in these stereotypes, right, more likely to sacrifice power, status, or income for the sake of family. But the reality is there's this unconscious psychological defense that creates this universal belief that it's natural for us because women bear children, and therefore the thought is that women will be better caregivers. And that leads into a lot of these challenges for women in the workplace, because they're being asked to make decisions or choose or trade-offs between work and family. But men have the same challenges, right? And so because there's this perception that these high-level jobs are more focused on enabling men, these things become the reality. I mean, if you look at CEOs in the top Fortune 500 companies, only 8% are female. And if you take a look at the C-suite, one level down, you're looking at a better optic. 1 in 5 are women. And the reality there is most of the time they're in an HR role. So there is a lot to be done in the way of disabling or dismantling some of these systemic biases that companies continue to build upon because of the fact that women don't work the same way that men do. But it does not mean that they don't have the same skills, capacity, or intelligence to succeed in those domains.
Yeah, but that is on a global basis. I mean, just let's go back to Vision 2030 of the United Nations in 2015, where they had their 17 sustainable goals, okay, the SDGs. The number 5 one is the gender equality and empowering women and girls, all of the women and the girls. That is like United Nations saying it, so it's a global thing. So everybody signed up, every single Arab country signed up to that. I'm going to make a bit of a different point of view. I would say from Arab worldview perspective, it's a bit different. It's actually, number 5 should be equality for everybody, okay? And empower everybody. Because, by the way, most of men in the Arab world are not empowered. Okay, so because it comes back to what a point I was making earlier on today, we are not citizens, we are subjects. So as a subject, you are not empowered. You are used, but you're not empowered. So I think that's an important point to think about, but it's a point that you raised, because the point of, against United Nations, less than 30% of managerial jobs are in the hands of women. Okay, which is, and even in the government, it's less than that. It's sort of 25 or 26%. So these are important points. But what the point, which I think the audience, I'm not talking about the audience only here, I'm talking about the bigger audience, they are interested to get that inspiration from you. I'm not talking to you about only as women, I'm talking to you successful people who are sitting here, what inspiration you're going to give to the people in that part of the world.
I will start by saying, pulling on your word of empowerment.
Mm-hmm.
In my belief, empowerment starts with having the same access to information that others do. And in some ways, there is a gender bias in that. And I'm speaking from my personal experience in a corporate and largely defense type of environment, where men have a different kind of camaraderie with each other and a different type of networking that women don't do. Women are more focused on working harder and longer hours, versus what men do is taking the time to network. When you do network, though, you build access, you gain additional information. There are so many critical business skill sets that are based off of your ability to network. For example, having additional information about positions that might be open, or being able to negotiate because now you have leverage, you've been given a piece of intelligence or information that could be useful to you. These are tools, I think, that oftentimes we undersell ourselves and our willingness to create relationships in the work environment to enable us. So if I have one piece of advice on women out there who want to change their future, take a little more time to focus on networking. And it doesn't mean socializing, but that could work too.
That's well said.
Can I just add on to it?
Please, Donna.
Also, information on, a lot of men share a lot of information when it comes to negotiation and contracts and how to ask for a raise. Women don't talk about that. Women don't know how to talk about that. And when they do, they get emotional. And I mean, I can say that about me, but they also, that's how they, like the financial aspect of it.
There's no crying in baseball.
Yeah. But part of empowering women is giving them financial independence. And until they get that, they're not going to really get far.
What do you mean with financial independence?
Because if you're financially independent and you can pay for what you want, you can have your opinion heard, and you have the buying power, number one, to support yourself. You don't depend on someone to support you, because women sometimes do not go after what they want or their dreams because of the responsibility, because they depend on the husband or somebody who puts a roof over their head, or their mothers or their brothers. And that's seen globally and not just in the US. And also in the US. I mean, that's the whole, domestic violence. What keeps them from speaking up and speaking out about it? So I feel like if we're gonna give someone advice, information is absolutely key, but also find something to make you financially independent so you don't depend on anyone else, especially a male.
Okay, let me ask you a question, all three of you. Now, since we're talking about the future, we're talking about the young people coming through. Now, what would you, the three of you, do to empower the next generation, the 16-year-old, the 17-year-olds, to really inspire them, to get them to the right place? What would be your advice and the way you'll empower these guys? Alice first.
I would appeal to the parents that are out there, if you have any children that are under the age of 17. The number one piece of advice I would give is get them into a team sport. Team sports have such an influence on kids' ability to recognize their own aptitude, to work harder, to compete, to recognize what it feels like to win or lose. And it puts you on a different playing field in a corporate or business environment where you're looking at jockeying for position, but also recognizing when you need to collaborate or work as a team to get something done. It's a critical set of learning objectives that I think that every parent can give their child. And please include young daughters, because I think a big challenge in the Middle East is this perception that girls are fragile, and we're unwilling to put them in team sports, but it's a huge empowerment effort.
For me, I would say I would empower young girls to say no, to learn how to use the word no, because culturally, as Arab girls, we are conditioned to be caretakers. We have to pick up after our brothers, after our fathers, just because we are girls, and then we are paraded in front of the neighbors because maybe a neighbor will have a son that could be interested in taking me as a wife, and we have no choice. So I'm raising two beautiful young women, and I've raised them to learn how to say no. No to anything they don't want or it doesn't fulfill them as a human being and as a woman. So the key is two letters, and O.
My advice to people in general, I mean to women and boys and girls, is to dream, work hard, because it doesn't come easy, and I just want to instill or just show them, just give them hope, because I think this is what we're kind of losing, especially from the Middle East, is that they dwell on the past, and I think we should just focus on the future and then just give them hope. It will be better with hard work and moving forward, having the right connections, having the right people, surrounding themselves with people that can help them propel their career.
Okay. I come from a small country, Bahrain, where I was born. Year after year, the secondary school, the top students are girls. Over 70% are girls. The same in Saudi Arabia, actually. Girls are the ones getting the top marks. They go to the university, they are the top marks too. But then when you look around you, you do not see most of these girls coming through. Okay. What you see, and I'm going to join the two together, but back actually in 2001, UNDP report on the Arab world, which is a famous one, which was brought out just before the Bush doctrine about the new Middle East was brought out. There were 5 negativities. It was written by Arabs, Arab thought leaders, women with them, these Arab thought leaders, and one of them was the gender inequality. 2019, the same report was repeated, and guess what? It's the same 5 points, and the main one was the gender inequality. I have, like I was making the point earlier on, I think that's a part of the world that there is totally inequality, because as a response to 2001 and the Mr. Bush doctrine was that the first lady, suddenly we saw these first ladies coming in. First lady, whether first lady of the country or first lady from the ministry or first lady whatever, they were becoming the front, and the media was covering them internationally and locally, rather than actually inspiring these young girls who are coming through and suddenly they are closed, they don't get forward. Now part of it is because of the social aspect, but there is another part which is not happening. So what are your thoughts on that? Because this is very, very important. I'm sure, because I know, because I've been getting messages, a lot of young girls in that part of the world watching you whilst you're talking about this. Please.
I think as women in general, especially young girls, we don't often seek feedback that is needed to help improve our skills. And statistically, it's been studied that women do not receive quality feedback from their supervisors, right? And sometimes even their teachers, or people who are going to take an interest in their careers or their journeys in life. And so as women, we have to recognize, and this is another piece of advice that I'm going to continue to stress, is build your network so that you have multiple data points and find the people you can trust to give you real feedback in ways that are constructive. Because the number one thing that I believe hold women back is the fact that we haven't established a strong enough network amongst each other to support in sort of this corporate fabric to keep each other ahead, the same way that a lot of men who do play sports, who understand each other in either in terms of inflections or body language or communication style, where we may come across as more emotional, or we shut down because we don't want to argue, we don't want to, we don't know how to seek the feedback in certain ways. So seek feedback.
I think also a lot of times when a woman speaks out loud of the things she wants, whether in the workplace or at home or anywhere, you're considered aggressive, or if you raise you're angry, or we're always perceived and we're always labeled. So I think once, men play a big role in empowering women, actually, because they as leaders, as men leaders, they need to understand that a woman cannot give the way a man gives, and not because she is less of. We need to change that, the way men look at women, that we're not less of. We can do anything a man can do. However, a man cannot do what a woman can do.
I accept that one.
What you had mentioned about women excelling early and then they just fall off, I do think there is a societal reason for that. Their expectations, because they get derailed, and I find that is quite sad, because basically men go on uninterrupted, whereas a woman has to think of family, and there's always a choice between career and family, whereas for a man it's just one track. And I think the double standards in our society, that should be addressed, because when we call for equality, we expect a woman to do exactly what a man would do as a man. And that is not the case. We should make jobs and opportunities for women, for taking care of the kids, for taking them to the doctors, giving them extra time for that, putting that into legislation, allowing them to be women and doing the job as women. Because we're looking at it as a lens from a man's perspective, making decisions for women by men. And that, to me, is just not the right way to look at it.
Some would say, actually, one of the biggest obstacles that women have to go forward is women themselves. Your other women, because they stop. I mean, I do see it when it comes to elections and things like that, and suddenly you don't get a woman coming through. I mean, Kuwait is a good example. Now, I mean, you have women's rights and women come out, but there is not a single woman now in the parliament where people have the right to vote, and women are 50% of the population. So the question is why women are not supporting women. I mean, I don't believe in that, because I'll come at the end why I don't believe, but that is something that people say, women don't support women. What do you think?
In my career, that has not been the case for me. I would say that because I've operated in a more male-dominated environment, it's been the men that have been challenging in that. The same access to information wasn't there necessarily for me unless I worked that much harder. But I'll reflect on a personal story that really was a pivot point for me. I was working really late on something for government client. And my boss came around and said, why are you still here? Why are you, I've noticed you've been in really late the last several nights and you're working really hard on this one project. You're sort of attractive. Why don't you just get married and relieve yourself of all of this? And I just thought, I stopped dead in my tracks because I felt like I thought he would come over and say, hey, nice work today, good job, good, go home and take some rest. But in that moment, I felt as if he had taken away my freedom. And in this broad statement that was tied to this inherent bias that he had, despite the fact that I was there contributing as a team member. And so it fueled me to try to work harder, to get further. Eventually I took his job.
Jumana, you want to take that point?
I had a point before and I forgot.
Okay, go for it. Go for that.
I was just going to elaborate a little bit on what Dana had said regarding men who create jobs for women and don't have no idea what a woman's job should be. I think we can start solving that by extended paid maternity leave. Women, us women who had children, and while we were working, after 4 or 6 weeks, if we're lucky, they gave us 6 weeks, we had to make a decision, leaving our baby at 6 weeks old and going back to work because we need the money or the fear of losing our jobs. So I think we can start by providing extended paid maternity leave, and also by, understanding that a woman, and especially, and I want to elaborate on single motherhood, the single mom working. They cannot give because they have to play the parent part. They can't work 12-hour day because they have to go pick up their kids from school, or there's a lot of responsibility that lies on single motherhood that I think companies need to understand and need to empower women that it's okay to be a mom, and it's also, we got you.
I've just been told we have 5 minutes, but actually we have 13, but it's 9 here, so we'll take the 9. Okay. On that point, or?
Point of women not supporting men?
Yeah.
I think this is a myth, but made up by men.
Okay, fine. Okay, now I would like to open up for questions because, okay, well, how many questions? Let's see, all hands up. This is really bad. It's only men asking questions, so it's not my fault, huh? So, there you go, Tom.
It's not a question. I think there's a solution. The solution is having experienced what I experienced growing up. That is growing up with 3 sisters, 15 aunts, being dragged all over the place. So I really got an appreciation of what it was to be hanging out with women and understanding what their likes and dislikes. In all seriousness, that really helped me as a child to understand my sisters and my aunts, and in the workforce where we had thousands of people working for us. In my office now, I have 4 women working there, and they're all independent. I don't tell them when they come in the office or when they leave. They come in, they leave in the middle of the day, go pick up their daughter, they come back.
Are you hiring?
I think it's a mindset. You have to have trust in the people you have around you to believe that they can get the job done. I don't measure by how many hours they spend. I say, do what you got to do. Take care of your kids. Go to the class you got to go to. Do what you got to do. And you know what? The job gets done.
You're a true ally, and we need more of you.
Well, it's because leadership with empathy.
Let's take the next question too. So we'll take them all together, the questions, then we answer. I think it's much better.
One question. I'm in my house, women rule. I have a wife and a mother and 2 daughters and a son. The males in the family are the really.
You said rule, yeah?
Yeah, rule.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So, and in this conversation I had with my daughters, for me, education and jobs is the security, and this is their nuclear option. But I truly believe that there are things women do that men cannot do. I cannot, even if I want to train myself to be a good like what I see Vivian doing with my kids, there's no way I could do that. So how can you compensate for taking such a talented mom to deal with the kids and replacing it by a less talented parent to deal with the same kids on so many levels? I think we are compromising if men want to share that responsibility to the fullest. And I started by saying, I support fully my daughters and my wife's role.
Any other question after that? Yeah, one.
It's Roy, CEO of Digital Revamp. I was raised by an entrepreneur mom, and I realized when I was growing up how much she had to go through to be where she wanted to be. And I noticed you using the word equality. What I did learn recently, it's more equity in the workplace, because equality, treating everybody the same, versus equity could refer to what the gentleman referred to, on more fairness to their circumstances, on how they grew up, how they deal with it. How do you feel about that terminology, equity versus equality?
I think you nailed it. Real quick, I will say this. There's no reason to disrespect gender roles in a family. And as long as those are mutually agreed roles, that to me conveys equity. It was a really good point to bring up the distinction in those words.
Let's have the last question.
For someone that has made it independently on my own, born in Australia, being Lebanese background, I do find that even till today, I can't pipe up and say, look what I've achieved, or I use my partner, my husband, as the forefront, whereas I am the person. So that's one thing, and then another thing is I don't believe that women in Australia back women up. I think that's a big problem. So for me to even speak to a lot of people that I know who are females, it's rare, and that's the issue that I find.
Right, ladies.
Exactly. I've heard that, and I've actually heard that women don't back women up, but men don't back men up either. I mean, why is that? I mean, I find that I was told going through residency that if you become a plastic surgeon, no woman's going to come to you because they're all going to go to men, and that wasn't the case. Most of my patients, most of all plastic surgical patients, are actually women, and the majority are still men. I think those things they hold us back. That what's said, but there's fierce competition between men. Men do way more worse things to other men to move them out of the way so they can get ahead. I think we pit a lot on women, and then it's just like, they're a different breed, they're a different gender. I think equity could come in expectations from men and women. I mean, if you expect excellence, you have to give them the same opportunities as men to come out with the same results.
I like that. Yamana.
I agree with you to a certain point that there is competition between women to women, and I think it comes from jealousy a lot of times, because again, we were conditioned. Someone is prettier than you is going to find a husband before you. Someone who is smarter than you is going to get a job before you. So we're always competing for how we were conditioned. But I think that's changing, and our role as women is to empower other women. I love complimenting a woman when she does look beautiful, and even if I'm in a rag, So I think empowering is by celebrating and embracing that there's always gonna be someone prettier, smarter, richer, but we are individual and we are unique in our own way.
But that's not fair, Jemana. I mean, I would not dare to tell a woman that she's beautiful, because I'll be held responsible for saying something wrong. That's
it all depends on how you say it and what the motives are.
Okay, we have 2 minutes to go. I'd like to get a final word from each of you. Okay, an inspiring final word. Okay, out of the box for the future. Let's forget the past. For the future, for the young ladies and men, actually, not just in this part of the world, in that part of the world too. Let's start with you, Dana.
Well, I guess the best piece of advice is to know yourself, be true to yourself, and in whichever form you are, accept yourself, and then just, work hard and achieve your dreams.
Well said. Jemana.
Stole the words right out. But just be true to yourself, follow that dream, and learn the word I can, because we can. As young, and also for every parent out there, you need to raise the men we want the world to be, and we want to raise the women that are going to rule the world.
That's well said.
I just want to thank all the men out there who are allies to us, and all the women who are friends and help build each other up. I think that's the thing to leave with, is to continue to build each other up. We're unstoppable, in the words of Dr. Lead Al-Jabouri.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I would like to come back to your point. Actually, just like you, Alice, I come from a house with 5 brothers and 1 sister. And in our house, actually, my mother was the leader, God bless her soul, and my father was the ruler. So we went with my mother, not with my father. My mother told me something long time ago: you die once, die well. So that's the way I'm going to go about it. And I always wanted daughters, but I've been blessed with 2 sons. And very, very nice sons. But hopefully they're going to give me beautiful sort of daughters-in-law. And I hope that one day, during our lifetime, we're going to have the first crown princess in that part of the world, the first president lady in that part of the world, the first, let's hope that happens in terms of real empowerment in that part of the world. And I hope, Alice, this is very important, I hope that we're going to have somebody actually looking after our defense cybersecurity, a woman from our part of the world doing that other than somebody else. And finally, I'd like to thank Ricardo for bringing me here and meeting Dr. Jeffrey this morning. Because actually I was going to ask Donna, I'm going to go to New York for a hair transplant, and it cost me a bit of money. But now that I've seen Jeffrey, I'm not going to do that. Sorry. Thank you very, very much. Once again, please.
I think that was a really great discussion, and I really applaud the people who asked questions, because it's always important and to remember that, yes, we can have discussions, but it's those who are brave enough to ask the questions where real progress is made. Now, we have our last panel. I am actually moderating this panel, so I'll be staying up here today. And we have last two special guests. First, we have Colette Malouf. Colette, come on up. Colette is the founder at Colette Malouf Incorporated, and I'm going to give more detailed backgrounds when I sit down. And we have Dr. Micheline Nader. Welcome. Micheline Nader is the founder at Gestra Foundation. Let's get started. Journalists know how to do this. Oh, and now we're on. Yours does not? Do you want to switch with this one? We got backup mics. Yes.
Let me see.
Yay! I'm so excited to get started. I've already met these wonderful women last night, and we had so much fun just chatting and getting to know each other more, and I'm really excited for this panel. First of all, I want to introduce these 2 women further. Colette Malouf. Colette is the creative director of her namesake global luxury accessories brand with a licensing partner in Japan. After over 30 years building her brand throughout Asia and Europe in all the finest retail stores, she launched Colette On Brand to help customer-facing companies drive growth through elevated best-selling accessory product lines. To learn more about her, Check out her bio in our QR code. Fascinating stuff. And now we have Dr. Micheline Nader. Micheline Nader, who has a lot of letters after her name, guys. BSN, MPH, DESS, wow, is a best-selling author, serial healthcare entrepreneur, and president of Jesra Impact. This Jesra Impact creates breakthrough content, education, and networks. Micheline has extensive expertise in hospital administration, long-term care, and healthcare management. She's also extremely wise, as I have, I have gotten to know her. So let's get started. First, I'd like to ask the audience a question. How many of you have had a great idea, but it just never came to fruition? That could be for a business, for an invention, maybe like a pain point. Raise your hands. Okay, that's a significant amount of you, all right? And how many of you thought maybe that idea could work, but I just don't have the resources, or I don't know, and then you talked your own self out of it? Yeah. A lot of us, what we see today is the challenges in our own selves. So, this opening question leads me to you both. These women have extensive experience in business and overcoming those internal conflicts. So, Colette, I'm going to start with you. Please tell me more of your personal story with your jewelry.
Well, I come from an entrepreneurial family, so I never had any perceived limitations. And one time I was in college, and I spent money too fast, and my parents wanted to punish me. So they grounded me, and I fished around in all the coat pockets that day to find $5. This was 1982. And I made some earrings, and I walked into Soho, into the newest Italian boutique, and asked for the buyer, and sold a lot of earrings, just like that. And that was the beginning of an entrepreneurial career.
Amazing. I love how you just had that confidence, just go in there as a kid and be like, hey, I got this stuff, and I know it's good. And it seems like you convinced them with that confidence. Would you agree with that?
I think when you have like a burning passion for something, you can have the confidence to share it with other people.
Amazing. Awesome. And Micheline, tell me about your background and your mindset, especially when it comes to what we were just saying, being that your own block. How do you get out of your own way?
So here, like, you have two questions, like, how did I start and how did I overcome the challenges that came from my own mindset? So first of all, I'm like Colette. I come from a family lineage of entrepreneurs. Like my grandfather, his brother, they were like AUB graduates. My father, they were all like entrepreneurs, but also my grandmother and her sister. Because we always think that the men are the entrepreneurs, but actually the women are the leaders. I think in the panel before, they said my mom was a leader. Well, my grandmother and her sister, we were in the mountains, in the Alay Mountains in Lebanon, and they used to work all year long to create the bazaar. They called it bazaar. They used to crochet, they used to do like the wool jackets and everything to raise money for philanthropy back then. But these are also leaders, entrepreneurs, right? Your second question was about what blocks us. And what blocks us really is our mindset. I mean, being men, women, whoever, I know that in any society, we cannot evolve except if 100% of the members of the society evolve. women and men, whether we're talking economy, whether we're talking about our being the entrepreneurs of our own life, or also the economy, bringing the economy, leveling up the economy in our society. So our mindset, all of us, and men or women, are afraid of failure. And all of us, the biggest culprits in our mind are two. First, our fear of not being enough. Not being enough of, or not being capable of doing something. And whenever we have any failure in our life, it triggers that belief. And the second culprit in our mindset is our victimhood. And I'm speaking about victimhood because I really want to address women, especially in our region and Lebanon. I know that our region is behind in the policy, and I want to piggyback a little bit on the panel before us, because yes, we can talk about gender equity, and we know that in the last few years, 70 economies have passed reforms for women, and among these, only 15 were in the MENA region and mostly North Africa. Algeria, Morocco, a little bit of Egypt. Lebanon has passed one, which is against violence, women violence, and we should not forget also children marriages. So as women, we can talk about equity, we can talk about the mindset, but we need also to know that through economy and policy, we can bring this change. We have to tell our daughters that, yeah, you can do whatever you want to do, but you also have to think about your economy, like Dr. Dana said, because this is how your education, your economy, but also enroll policymakers, men and women, to change the policy.
I told you she was wise. Now, I completely agree that we are often in our own ways. Whether you're a woman, you're a man, non-binary, we've always thought that at point in our lives, we couldn't do something. But in all reality, anything is possible. So, I think something you said that was really important was just being aware of the triggers. So when we fail, it's really important to remember that that thing is triggering a trauma response within us from something that either we've seen in our lives or that has happened to us directly. But being aware can prevent you knowing, that can prevent the trigger from taking over your decision making. Have you experienced that in your careers where being mindful has helped you to move on? Colette, does that ring a bell for a certain memory? Getting out of your own way. It could also be in terms of like, have you ever felt like you wanted to quit, but how did you get over that?
First of all, I'm not a quitter.
We love to hear it.
I've been told over the years in tough times to give up. So I'm not a quitter, and I've surrounded myself with a lot of other entrepreneurs, which really supported me to keep going in the toughest of times. But my father ran a business with his 3 sisters, and he and one sister fell ill, and they had to sell the company. And so I came in and I helped them wrap up everything. Again, another entrepreneurial move, and a year later I started my own business. So I guess in my belief system, it was design your future. Don't wait for someone else to make something happen.
Beautiful. And Janine, being mindful and knowing your triggers or just being mindful of your emotions, how in your experience has that helped you to continue and not give up?
It's very important what you said, because it starts with self-awareness. If you're not aware of what it is, and I know today some people discussed the glass half full and the glass half empty, and they said, no, we want to look at the glass half full. We always should look at the glass half full, but we should also look at the baseline. Where are we? And look at it. And if we don't know the real thing, we won't be able to improve on it. So self-awareness is very important, and also mindfulness. Like, take a step back. Crisis ignites evolution, and when you're going through a crisis, whether you're going through a personal or professional crisis, the very important thing you have to do is to pause. So you can move from a reactional mode to a proactive mode. Because if your emotions take over, then you're gonna react. And so in a nutshell, don't believe your thoughts. Stop. Exactly. Don't believe your thoughts.
The thing that pretty much opened my world is when someone first told me a thought is just a thought. You don't have to believe that thought. It's not real, and it could be false. And I repeat those things over and over, and it's really freed me. And I can imagine how it's freed you as well, as you have been the director of a variety of projects, including in the healthcare field. Tell us more about that.
So I started, actually what happened in my life, I was wanting to become a medical doctor, and I got accepted to AUB, the American University of Beirut in Lebanon. And the first year my dad died. So, and I was the eldest, and I looked at myself and my mom, and I said, well, I'm not gonna use all these funds for me. So I then went and studied, did nursing, BSN, and I did my master's in public health. And I thought, okay, I'm gonna go into a field of epidemiology, when the director of the hospital back then was one of our professors. And he recruited me as an assistant director to the American Hospital of Beirut at the age of 23. So I was tiny and young, and I remember going through security, I would tell the guy, because I did not want to explain every time that I was the assistant director, because they would look at me funny. And I would go and say, well, I'm going to see Mrs. Nader. And back then, yes, I was married. So that was started with the hospital. And then moved around. I was at the American Hospital of Paris, and I taught hospital management, and I studied. And I did turnkey projects for the French government, and then moved to Canada, took on long-term care with McGill University, and started the first long-term care, and I moved up to create my own business when we moved to the Midwest, because I was tired following the pharmaceutical mergers with my husband, and I decided to create my own business. And a year later, after I managed 19 nursing homes in the Midwest, I decided, well, I'm letting other people win and big, and why not starting my own? And bankers were behind me. I had a lot of supporters. I had also a lot of women support, because in the healthcare field, we have a lot of women. And I do agree with some of the panelists before that women were not used to networking, but now they are. And it's very, very important to, network and have a great support, and to not only finance your business, but also sustain it and develop it and grow it.
It's beautiful. Now, for all of us who want to start a business, I mean, you made it sound like a piece of cake, like, let's just open a long-term healthcare facility, no big deal. How did you convince investors to do it yourself? Now, you told me before this event that you did not even put money, a lot of your own personal money. I'm sure you put your personal time, and time is money, people. But you had a lot of investor help, and to me, I always think we have to be super wealthy to be able to do something like this. How do we convince investors to go in on something that is a creative project of yours, and so that it can grow without us going broke ourselves?
Well, the first project, I must admit, we put all our money in. Totally. And also, we borrowed money from bank. It was very interesting. Back then, I was managing maybe 19 long-term care facilities in the Midwest. But I knew, okay, I'm doing so great. These facilities were like struggling financially, and in a span of 1 year, they became very prosperous, actually. We had like even quality care has improved. And I said, well, I could do it for me, and I had the intention. So what's very important is to have the intention, to know what you want. Even Louis Pasteur said, like, you can grab the opportunity when it comes, but you have to be yourself, have the intention, a clear intention that this is what you want. So in our building where my offices were, there was like this banker in Kansas City. And you know, banks also, they had a foreclosure on a few long-term care facilities. And he asked me if I could help them. So I went in, helped them, revert the situation. And when it came time to pay me back, I said, I don't want your money. One time, you'll finance me. And he said, done deal. We'll do that.
Wow.
And it started like this. Now, I always say that business is always overrated because you go, you have ups and downs, and you have to be like there on the forefront of it and proactive. One thing you have to do, especially as women in business and entrepreneur, creating your own companies, financing them, you have to reassure your investors that you are capable. So you have to develop your skills. I had already developed the skills through, my past. And you have to also create and not only be clear, but whatever you say you're gonna do, live up to your word. And if you're not gonna, because circumstances have it sometimes that you could have a shortage of staff or something happens in the circumstances of your business, be proactive and go to your bankers first or your investors and tell them about it and tell them what you're doing about it. So my projections, my budget projections came always right, and if they were not gonna come right because I'm investing in a project or like creating a rehab center or something, I would go first to my investors and tell them and do it like on time, deliver, execute.
Deliver. So it's know your craft, be really on point with your pitch, and deliver. Beautiful. Thank you. I hope that helped y'all because it definitely helped me. Maybe I'm going to start a business after this. Now, Colette, you have extensive experience in business and also a really great mindset about small businesses and how women and people can start their own businesses and run them successfully. Because a lot of, we know the statistics, right? Over 50% of businesses that start fail. So how can we keep that momentum going? Tell us how we can do this in terms of economies and looking at our audience.
Are you talking about the audience,
not
no, I'm saying women in the Arab world audience?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I think that the first thing is, what problem are you solving? So whatever your passion is, it really should solve a problem so that you're not swimming upstream. And I think there are lots of problems in the Middle East, and wherever there's a crack, there's a ray of light. So I don't think that women have to level up to Western women in those societies. I think they need to look in their communities and see where the opportunities are. And one of the big advantages in the Middle East is that women congregate and they do things together. They have groups of friends that regularly congregate. So they have a built-in community of support. And those conversations around grooming can transform to conversations around life planning, dreams, goals, and action steps to getting to those goals. So I think one of the things that I think would be a bridge for the diaspora to help these women is to create communities outside that can embrace the communities in the Arab world, because community is what has been my support system. I'm a member of a lot of organizations, and that's what has really taught me, has supported me, and I would encourage women in the diaspora to form bonds and build communities with the women in the Arab world.
That's beautiful. There are always ways that you can get involved. If you're not here with us in person today, this was great advice from Colette on how to grow your business from wherever you are. Thank you so much to the panelists here today. It was wonderful getting to chat with you guys. If you'd like to network or connect with any of these women, please check your QR codes, and all of our bios, including mine, are on there for reference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Annie.
Thank you.
Thank
you, Ricardo.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. Switching roles. So this was our last panel. Did you guys learn a lot today? Did you enjoy yourselves? I definitely am just in awe of everyone that came and spoke today, and I feel like I've learned a lot as a whole, you know? Just that global sense of whether it's business or healthcare, philanthropy, women's issues. I feel like we could get a degree today in collective liberal arts studies. So we have one last part to our TAKminds Forum. It's very special. Oh, hello? Okay. It's very special. We have a speaker here that was going to be here in person with us tonight, but couldn't make it due to COVID restrictions with travel. So he is here through video to give a message to all of us about empowering women through higher education. And it is no other than His Royal Highness Prince Turki Al Faisal bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud. And he is the chairman and board of directors of the King Faisal Center for Research and Islamic Studies. Without further ado, this is his message.
Your Highness, thank you for being with us today. It is such a pleasure to be interviewing you on a subject as important as the empowerment of women through higher education.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank Ricardo for his kind invitation to take part in this year's event. I wish I could have been there in person, but alas, COVID intervened, and frankly, the distances were a bit far from Riyadh. But I'm very pleased to have the chance to talk even through Zoom. So I'm awaiting your pleasure.
Thank you so much for being with us again. So I will start with the first question. It is a rather daunting task to talk about women's rights and women empowerment in traditional conservative Muslim communities. I think this is due to a common confusion between what is culturally inappropriate and what is religiously impermissible. According to you, what are the obstacles that hinder women empowerment in Saudi Arabia today? Are they mostly cultural or religious, and how can they be addressed?
You know, Saudi Arabia is not much different from the rest of the world. The lot of women worldwide, historically, has been, to say the least, very challenging for them. And according to the developments, whether social or political or scientific, whatever you want, there have been cases of encumberment, if you like, of women being able to participate fully as members of a society and contribute to the welfare of the society. This, I think, has nothing to do with religion. I think it's mostly a social phenomena that affected all societies. As some have developed, others have lagged a little bit behind. Saudi Arabia, thankfully, is in the middle of, how can I put it, a very exciting time for women to come out, if you like, of their shell. And that shell that had been imposed on them by society. And now, through legal means, through even social custom, new social custom, and government encouragement, women are coming out in full, as it were, and participating. I'll just give you one small figure as an example of that. When Vision 2030 was introduced back in 2016 by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the aim, one of the principal aims of that vision was to empower women. And the statistics at that time, this is 2016, were that in the labor force, for example, women made up something between 5 and 7% of the labor force. And the ambition of Vision 2030 was to bring that percentage up to around 35% by 2030. Now we're in 2022. Already that number has been surpassed. So you can imagine how much development and empowerment has already occurred on all fields. And this is not something to do with social status or with higher education or whatever you like. But really, the women have jumped into the effort of bringing their own identity to themselves to full fruition. And this is just one example that I gave you about Saudi Arabia.
But it is a very interesting example that you gave, and the numbers you have shared are very impressive. What you have called a shell, Your Highness, could be also referred could also be referred to by others as social conditioning. And as we might know that social conditioning could be one of the most prominent obstacles that hinder women empowerment around the world. Women are conditioned to limit themselves to specific social roles and to define themselves accordingly. What role do formal education, higher education, and civic organizations play in redefining the social conditioning of women, especially in traditional Arab communities?
The key, in my view, to all of this is education. Once you allow women to participate fully in the educational field, and let me just add, as far as Saudi Arabia is concerned, but I think even worldwide, that educational avenue, if you like, is still pending for some women in other places of the world. So it's still a work in progress. But the avenue or the first steps have been taken. And if you look at the statistics worldwide about women participating in higher education, for example, in Saudi Arabia, there are now more than 52% of college graduates are women. That makes the majority of the society. And so I think this is also true of other societies as well. And the social conditioning you refer to definitely occurred historically. Women being brought up with certain constrictions, whether it is in terms of conduct, in terms of location, in terms of gender mixing, etc., etc. That conditioning definitely, I think, still affects some women. And even in a society like Saudi Arabia, which has, as I told you, opened up the doors now for women, there are still pockets of resistance, not just among men, but even among some women who see this opening up as perhaps a threat to something that they had been brought up with, a social conditioning that
Exactly.
they're not ready to give up on or to change their ways about. So this is the big challenge, I think, for women worldwide, but also for Saudi Arabia.
True. It is very interesting to say that when we are talking about changing social conditioning, it is not only about changing the view of society towards women, but also changing the way women regard themselves and their roles within the society. You said, Your Highness, that according to you, education is key in making all the change. Affat University was established in 1999 by the Queen Affat Al Thunayyan Al Saud. May God rest her soul in peace. Queen Affat was not only the founder of education in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but she also founded the first private non-profit female-only university in the KSA. According to you, what was it that inspired Queen Affat to found this university? And how important is it today to ensure that women's access to education and the workplace is not limited?
Late Queen, my late mother, herself had to struggle for education. She was born actually in Turkey, just before the Ataturk revolution took place after the First World War. And she went to school in Turkey until the age of 16. And her major in school at that time was to become a teacher. By grace of God, by fortune, whatever you want to call it, a meeting took place between her and my late father, and they got married. And she came to the kingdom before that, of course, and they got married in Mecca. And so her ambition to become a teacher became a lifelong struggle to achieve that aim. And I think it was probably in 19, maybe 45, 46 or thereabouts, both of them decided to open a school in the city of Taif. That was to be, I remember it because I went to that school after I was born. The placard, as you enter the building of the school, says the model school of Taif for girls and boys. So imagine, yani, at that early stage of development in Saudi Arabia, already they had their eyes on education for women. And unfortunately, it was a bit too early for the society in Taif at that time to accept to send their girls to the school. So the women's side was shut down. To be later opened in 1955 in a school called Dar al-Hanan, which means, if I can translate it a bit, not literally, but liberally, the house of Al-Hanan, maybe you're better at translating it than I am, of Hanan is...
Tenderness.
Yes, and, empathy, etc. And it was for girls, the school was. And it became a success, and before she died, God rest her soul, as you mentioned, she decided to turn that school into the Affat University for women, when the government announced that colleges for women could be established. And as you said, it was the first privately funded university for women in the kingdom. And one thing I will add now, and not to be discriminatory towards men, the kingdom has come a long way there as well, and now has allowed for co-education, not just women separate from men. And so the Affat University now is open to men's enrollment as well.
Great.
The first time this year.
It is actually very inspiring to hear that a very influential woman, such as your mother, may God rest her, may God rest her soul in peace, was actually an entrepreneur as early as the 1940s, because she actually tried to open the first school, and she did not give up on her dream. She dreamt of being a teacher, but obstacles were waiting her. She did not give up, and she actually went through all these struggles to make her dream come true. So it is very inspiring that as early as the 1940s we could already talk about entrepreneurship in Saudi Arabia. And it is also inspiring because when we read the statement of Affat University, we read that it encourages creative entrepreneurship with national responsibility. This national responsibility that your mother was already defending as early as the 1940s. According to you, what is creative entrepreneurship with national responsibility? And what does that mean? How can we make sure that women are sufficiently equipped to become successful entrepreneurs today?
If you look at his history, particularly Islamic history, women's entrepreneurship was very much part and parcel of the development of Muslim society. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, before revelation came down to him from God, married a businesswoman who traded between the holy city of Mecca and northern Arabia and what is called the Sham in Arabic, meaning Syria, Lebanon, etc., in present-day definitions. And her engagement in trade allowed for the Prophet to travel from Mecca, going to the north of Arabia, to a more universal and a more cosmopolitan society that was part of the Roman Empire at that time, to engage with different peoples and different kinds. So that was just one example of how Muslim society not only had women who were entrepreneurs and dealt in business and participated in the social life there, but also when he moved to Medina after receiving the revelation, women were also engaged in his setup of a social structure in Medina, whether in terms of medicine, as practitioners of medicine, and subsequent to his death, becoming judges during the late, the four caliphs succeeding him, etc., etc. So the idea of entrepreneurship in social society in Islam is very much part and parcel of the makeup of society. And throughout Muslim history, if you look at the endowments that have been given to education, to medicine, to hospitals, even to make the making of pens and pencils in Muslim society, many of those foundations and trusts were established by women of those societies as history moved on. So it's not new that women in Islam become entrepreneurs and have that initiative to engage in trade, in medicine, even in politics. Sittana Aisha, the wife of the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, participated in the political structure of the Muslim society after the death of the Prophet Muhammad. And there are other examples of that kind throughout the history. And in Saudi Arabia, of course, with Vision 2030, opening up the doors of employment and opportunity for women from all strata of life, that has ignited, if you like, a fire of entrepreneurship among the ladies in Saudi Arabia, and the flourishing of different kinds of businesses in commerce, in e-commerce, for example, during COVID, was very much a revolutionary enterprise that engaged not just the men, but mostly the women. So yes, entrepreneurship was part and parcel of the makeup of Islam, and subsequently, of course, in the society in Saudi Arabia.
Thank you so much, Your Highness. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your enlightening answers. And thank you for being with us at TAKminds this year. It has been a great pleasure to close this year's forum with your presence.
Very interesting that was as well. And with that, I conclude TAKminds 2022. Thank you all for being here, near and far, and we hope to see you next year. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and we'll be seeing you at the gala tonight.